Apologies, everyone. We are still waiting for the keynote speaker to join us. We have sent him an email. He is doing his presentation from the UK, so I guess the time difference might be a reason for the delay. So just bear with us. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Dr. Simon, are you in? Dr. Simon? He just joined. Dr. Simon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can indeed, Faiza. I
All
can
right,
indeed.
okay.
I'm sorry. I was
All
still
right.
on mute and on video.
It's okay.
Can you hear
very
me
much.
okay?
Yeah. So we will be starting now, Doctor. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you. So, dear deans, distinguished guests, good morning, hello, and welcome to our symposium. New directions using research to guide UTAS policymaking. We are happy to start the symposium today, which will run for 2 days. We are also very happy to have you all with us. So thank you for your time, and we hope this event will pave the way for more discussion and hopefully bigger progress in the future. Without further ado, I will now invite Dr. Mohammed Al-Kharousi, the College Dean, to open the symposium and deliver the opening speech. Dr. Mohammed?
Thank you, Dr. Faiza. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Deans, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning on behalf of the English Department at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nizwa. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome you all to our symposium this year. It is such an honor and privilege to have you with us today. So thank you very much for your participation at this symposium, which comes under the title, New Directions Using Research to Guide UTAS Decision Making. Higher education in Oman has been witnessing constant reform, and the reform process has without a doubt resulted in different positive changes. The most notable reform recently was the merger of the Colleges of Applied Sciences and Colleges of Technology into a single institute. That's it, the University of Technology and Applied Sciences. And I would say that a reform of this scale is indeed challenging and requires significant planning and cooperation. We believe that any educational reform would benefit substantially from cooperation between practitioners and stakeholders. This is because practitioners, be it teachers or researchers or both, are usually able to provide their professional opinion and advice based on their practice and research outcomes. And so such input, if communicated properly, would benefit policymaking in such a way that could lead to positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, this event may be seen as a bridge that connects practice and research with policymaking. It is in fact an attempt to get these two banks linked and connected. We hope this event would contribute to facilitating the exchange of knowledge and experience between researchers and policymakers. We also hope that it becomes a basis for future events that focus on discussing reform and advancement of higher education in Oman. On behalf of UTAS-Nizwa, I would like to thank you once again for your valuable contribution, and I wish you a pleasant time with us. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vice. Dr. Vice, I think you were.
Sorry, guys. This is what happens when you rely on technology. So thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for this beautiful opening statement. It could have been said, it couldn't have been said any better. Thank you very much, sincerely. Now it's time to introduce our keynote speaker. We are honored to have Dr. Simon Green with us today to deliver the first talk of the day. Dr. Simon had a distinguished has had a distinguished depth of experience with higher education in Oman in general and with CAS context specifically. Simon Green has taught and worked on projects in the field of English language teaching since the early 1980s in Africa, Europe, and Asia. He worked on the University of Leeds, Omani Ministry of Education BA TESOL project for many years, and was the program director of English at Colleges of Applied Sciences from 2008 to 2011. He is currently an associate professor in language education at the University of Leeds, and his research interests are in academic literacies and EAB, and his chief concern is with the embedding of academic language and literacy instruction within disciplinary teaching. Through curricular expansion and with the adoption of language-aware pedagogy in disciplinary teaching. On a personal level, I have known Dr. Simon for more than 14 years. He was my mentor, PhD supervisor, and a kind and gracious person who is always happy to extend a helping hand. When working under his supervision, whenever working under his supervision, you are always amazed by the quality of work you can produce. Dr. Simon can always bring the best of you. It did indeed with me. Without further ado, please join me all to welcome Dr. Simon Green. Dr. Simon, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Faiza, for that extremely gracious welcome. I think if you produced the best work you did, that was your virtue, not mine. Okay, first of all, thank you all very, very much indeed for inviting me to this symposium. When I got Faiza's invitation, my first thought, of course, was, yippee, a trip to Oman. And then, of course, I realized that it was a virtual symposium and I would be in my office in Leeds. Anyway, I can see quite a few names that I remember very, very well in the participant list. So can I just extend to them, to everybody else, of course, a warm welcome, a warm hello from Leeds. And I only wish that I was able to be there in person to see you all again. Okay, well, this is a keynote address one that should, in some sense, frame a discussion, the subsequent papers. I've decided to speak directly to the title of the symposium. I'm actually very happy to do so because I think you've chosen a theme that is both very important and timely. You're looking at research, and this is particularly research in specialist English language teaching and learning. But the issue here is not just individual learning. The learning typically that individual researchers do, a learning that they may share with colleagues in their field through publication or conference presentations, but using research to inform institutional decision-making. Institutional decision-making about teaching, learning, curriculum, scholarship, and research. So really, the theme of this conference raises the issue of how an institution may learn from research. So I'm going to try to speak to this topic. I think it's important because educational institutions need to learn in order to develop. And this means they need structures, systems, communication flows that enable them to learn. It's timely because although the antecedent institutions of UTAS go back a long way, UTAS itself is a new, distinct body with an ambitious mission and one that is shaping its identity as an institution of teaching, scholarship, and research, not only in Oman, but in the wider region and indeed the world. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Forgive me, I'm not really a Zoom person. So if I stop at some point and look very confused, it's because I'm trying to work out what to do with Zoom, okay? So I'm going to share my screen. Right, okay. Can I just ask if everybody can see that first slide okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay,
Yes.
I have made a complete mess of this then. Right, okay. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about today are two things, really, and I'm going to treat them very, very unequally. The first is my personal view on the directions that English language research might take in UTAS. I stress this is a personal view. Other EAP specialists would undoubtedly offer different views, but I'll actually do this in this part in two stages. I'd like to make some very general comments on matters affecting research quality if UTAS English research is really to inform institutional decision-making. I'd like then to draw your attention briefly to some of the available theoretical frameworks available for specialist English language research. And I'd like to suggest some of the possible directions UTAS research might take working within those frames. I will indicate a number of frames, but I'm going to concentrate on the ones in which I have expertise, which are academic literacies, genre studies, integrating content and language in higher education, and sheltered instruction. Okay, now the second issue is the issue of institutional learning. Now, organizational structure and behavior is in no way my area of expertise. But given the theme of this symposium, I felt it was important to offer at least a few comments on this issue. I stress that, as I said, this is not my area of theoretical expertise, and my reflections come from my own experience and the reading that I've done to inform that. So please don't take this as an expert view. It's simply an experiential view. Okay, so I think now we can turn to the first of those issues. Right, okay, fine. Okay, I've called this slide research across the spectrum. The first point I would like to make about research is that if research is the purposeful, focused, rigorous gathering and analysis of data to answer questions, then we're actually best to see reflexive research, that is research that looks, that's research in which an institution looks at itself, at what it does. We're best to see reflexive research as running along a continuum. I've put this on one side, on the left side, is what I would see as the routine collection of data about teaching and learning by individual teachers, by teaching units, by departments, by colleges, by institutions. On the right, we have large-scale, funded, strategically driven, multi-agent, multi-data stream research. Now, I would suggest that we can learn, that UTAS can learn from research across the whole spectrum, across the whole of this continuum. You might ask where PhD research, for example, comes in this. Well, it's somewhere in between these two. It's relatively small scale. It's probably somewhere in the middle there. Something else like an individual teacher's action research project would probably come somewhat to the left of that PhD. Looking at the left of this spectrum, I would say what is really crucial from both from an institutional learning point of view is that data collection is purposeful, systematic, valid and reliable, and responsive, and that the results are disseminated and do actually feed into decision making. One of the key issues for a reflexive learning institution is how learning from data collection analysis on the left might feed into research towards the right. Okay, so that's the first general point I would make about UTAS research, that it needs to look broadly, to consider sources of data that are routine, as well as data that comes from purposeful research. Okay, secondly, I would suggest to you that if research is going to really inform decision-making, it needs to be boundary crossing. Now, I mean research that is interdisciplinary, research that is institutional. This, I think, is probably one of the main points that I want to make today. By interdisciplinary research, I mean research in which English language specialists work with colleagues from other disciplines in UTAS to identify problems, to research those problems together, to share their findings, to disseminate them, and to learn from that research together. It is unfortunately true, but in an English medium university, English language has little intrinsic value. It is a medium of communication for meanings constructed by people for whom language itself is not a primary object of interest. So I would suggest to you that for reflexive English language research to be of consequence in UTAS, it really needs to engage with colleagues in other fields. Similarly, externally focused research that looks outside the institution, needs, I would say, to engage with agencies in industry and in civil society. So the second key point I would make about quality of research is that it needs to cross boundaries. Okay, third point is that it needs to be ambitious. If research is really to inform decision making, it needs to be research at scale, and it needs to be research that is ambitious in its methodologies. We are here to look at PhD research, and indeed to some extent to celebrate PhD research. I believe the papers in this conference are all stem from PhD projects. And this is great, but I would say that PhD studies do have limitations that limit their usefulness in informing institutional decision-making. One is that PhDs are contributions to science. That's one of the defining features of a PhD. While actually much research that is of value to an institution is actually context specific. I mean, it's typically problem focused, but it may not actually be of wider relevance to a field. So an action research project undertaken by a teacher, for example, may not actually have very much significance more widely, but it is actually it may be of considerable importance within the institution. So the second limitation of a PhD, obviously, is scale. A PhD is always what a single researcher can do on their own, and typically within a data collection period that may be months at most. So PhD research is typically very robust, very rigorous, has high trustworthiness, high validity, high reliability, but often what it produces is really indicative, suggestive, and a stimulus for further larger scale research. So the third thing that I would suggest to you, if you want your research to inform decision making, is that it needs to be at scale. I would also say that it needs to be ambitious in terms of methodology. Very, very few issues, I would argue, certainly within the field of English language teaching and learning, can really be researched through the collection of data from a single stream. So I would argue really that mixed methods research should be the norm. That permits triangulation. It permits a much richer picture of the phenomenon. And I would say it's much more likely that that kind of research is going to be acceptable in terms of informing decision making. Okay, so that's the last of my three general points about quality of research. I'd like to turn now to some of the research traditions or frameworks within which English language research has been undertaken. This is just some of them. The frameworks I've listed are academic literacy, genre studies, critical EAP, integrating content of the language in higher education, sheltered instruction, and corpus linguistics. Now, I don't personally work within the critical EAP framework. It has a lot of overlaps with academic literacies, though. So I think much of the things that Benesh was talking about in critical EAP can actually be dealt with within an academic literacies framework as well. I'm not a corpus linguist. I note that at least a couple of the papers in the symposium seem to have a corpus linguistics element, which is wonderful to see. I'm not going to talk about it because I cannot pretend to expertise in this area. I'm a very basic corpus analyst at an individual level, but there's nothing that I could really do in terms of suggesting research directions within corpus linguistics. I have, though, in my reference list indicated one paper by a colleague of mine at Leeds, Yen Dang, who is a very innovative lexicographer and who uses corpus analysis in her lexicographical work. So if there are any corpus linguists, if there are people who are interested in corpus linguistics in the audience, I can recommend that paper to you. Okay, personally, I'm going to look at academic literacy, genre studies, ICL, and sheltered instruction. So let's turn to the first of those now. Okay. Academic literacies as a theoretical framework conceptualizing the nature of academic communication, particularly the communication, the communicative practices of professional academics contrasted with the communicative practices of students, the challenges that students face in uncovering the nature and motivation of these practices and the ways in which institutions can respond to these challenges really emerged in the late 90s with the work of Lee and Street, that foundational paper. You can see the reference details at the end. Established the now standard tripartite conceptualization of study skills, acculturation, academic literacies. That is, first of all, seeing academic communication in terms of a finite set of neutral study skills that students can learn, and once they've got those skills, that's it. Secondly, seeing academic communication as cultural, and students as having to learn cultural practices. And finally, an academic literacies approach which sees disciplinary communication, which sees academic communication as differentiated by discipline, by institutional values, and actually also by wider social cultures. That was the chief contribution of Lee and Street. Since then, there's been a massive amount of research. I would point you there to the work by Wingate 2015, my own work 2016-2020, and particularly the work of another Leeds colleague, B. Bond, all of which look at the ways in which particularly international students, but not just international students, can be supported in understanding the literacy practices of their particular fields. So that's academic literacies as a theoretical approach. What we actually mean by academic literacies is, well, what I mean by it is this. This actually comes from, sorry, I'm just going to, right, okay. I just had to minimize a thumbnail there so I can see the slide. This actually comes from a forthcoming publication. It's a book by Routledge. It will be out later this year. I've been writing definitions of academic literacies for 20 years, and I think I finally got it right. I think this is actually the best one I've ever done. What we mean by academic literacies are situated, multimodal communicative practices that students must master in order to construct and share disciplinary knowledge and to participate as legitimate members of their academic communities. Now, there's some quite important things there. First of all, the idea of academic communication being situated, that it's actually specific to particular disciplines, particular institutions, more broadly, institutions which are embedded within wider social cultures. Academic communication is not the same across disciplines, across institutions, across cultures. Academic communication is also multimodal. The term literacy is normally taken to mean reading and writing. But actually, if you look at any particular communicative event in which a student or an academic participates, you will find that it's not restricted to reading or writing. It is, in fact, typically multimodal. This presentation is a prime example. You're currently reading. You're also listening to what I'm saying. You will actually be looking at some diagrams in a moment or two. You may well be taking notes. You may well be talking about what I'm saying with somebody else who is in your room, your space. So participating in this event involves all the skills: speaking, listening, reading, writing. So it really makes no sense to see academic literacy. If we think about academic literacy in functional terms, it really makes no sense to see it as just about reading and writing. It's really, I would argue, it's a genred interweaving of speech and writing. Okay, these are communicative practices that students must master in order to construct knowledge, that is, to learn it, and to share it. Now, they do so, of course, to learn, but they also do it in order to participate as legitimate members of their academic communities. In other words, if they're first-year students, they have to communicate sufficiently well for them to be accepted by their tutors, by their peers, by the institution as legitimate members, as legitimate first-year students. So there's quite a lot there really. Okay, now literacies are at root culturally defined ways of using language. Now, as such, they're not reducible to a core communicative language ability, but they do depend upon it. So, for example, at the University of Leeds, we have students, many of whom come from, for example, China, Japan, Korea. They come with IELTS scores, overall IELTS scores, usually of 7 or higher. So they have a fairly strong core knowledge, a core communicative language ability. But that does not mean that they can read or write or speak or cope with lectures in the way that they really need to do in Leeds. So their core communicative language ability is actually the foundation for the acquisition of an academic literacy. And it's the academic literacy with which they need help. Okay, so that's what I mean by academic literacies. Now, I would suggest that the research in UTAS working within an academic literacies framework might investigate disciplinary communication practices. That is, for example, the way engineers write. Engineers do write. They write some quite important things, but they write in quite specific ways. It could investigate multimodality and digitality in those communicative practices, two very, very important aspects. It could investigate the underlying rationales, the epistemic principles for those disciplinary communication practices. Why is it that engineers communicate in this way and, say, IT specialists communicate in somewhat different ways? It could investigate the learning challenges that students face in mastering those practices. And of course, it could investigate pedagogic solutions. I would say there is huge scope here for interdisciplinary mixed methods research at scale. If anybody's interested in this, I'm very happy to take emails in the coming days or weeks, and I'd be happy to discuss academic literacies projects with anybody. Okay, a second big framework that I would recommend to you is genre studies. Now, this is an absolutely huge field. There are numerous schools. Probably the three that are most widely recognized as being fairly distinctive are rhetorical genre studies. And I've given you a reference there to Bawashi and Rife 2010, which I would argue actually is the best book on genre written in the last, certainly the clearest introduction to genre written in the last 15 or so years. English for Specific Purposes, and I'd recommend you to Hyen's 2018 book there, and Australian Systemic Functional Linguistics. There's a huge literature on that. The paper by Martin is a way, looks at how systemic functional linguistics and their view of genre looks at particular issues, which are also addressed by the other schools. Now, what genre studies all have in common is that they focus on the nature and purpose of spoken, written, or multimodal texts, and the social actions the production and consumption of these texts performs. So that's what's common to all of them. There's a connection, there's a focus on text, and there's a focus on the context in which those texts are produced and consumed, that is, written or read or spoken or heard. Now, I thought it might be helpful to show you how the different areas that genre studies look at fit together. And I'm indebted to this, I'm indebted for part of this diagram to Ian Bruce, who's a researcher from New Zealand, and whose book, Academic Writing and Genre, I would warmly commend to you. Bruce particularly makes a distinction between social and cognitive genre, which I found very, very illuminating. Okay, there are 4 levels, and you can kind of see this as going from the world at the top to the word at the bottom. The top being context, which we can define in terms of culture, society, discourse, community, to use Swales's concept, community of practice, to use Wenger's concept, or discourse with a capital D, to use James G's concept. They all mean essentially the same thing. It's the social setting in which a text is produced or consumed. Okay, the second level is what Bruce has called social genre. Now, social genres are socially recognized constructs according to which whole texts are classified in terms of their overall social purpose. The social genres are typically things that if you ask somebody in the street, what's this? They can probably tell you. So if you show somebody a novel and say, what's this? They'll tell you, well, it's a novel. Social genres are characterized by a social purpose, and in relation to that social purpose, they have particular stages, particular features. If you think about a menu, for example, in a restaurant, it has a particular format, it has particular information which is sequenced in a particular way. All of this relates to its social purpose. Now, social genre has been widely investigated, particularly by people like Swales and Bhatia, in terms of stages and moves. Rhetorical genre studies and English for specific purposes approaches to genre look at these two. Rhetorical genre studies tends to look at the interaction of context and social genre, with the emphasis really on the way social genre functions in particular contexts. ESP has historically focused more on the texts themselves in terms of stages and moves, but very much in relation to context and contextual purposes. Moving down, we go to cognitive genre. Now, cognitive genre is really what Australian systemic functionalist linguists mean by genre. This is really concerned with the rhetorical purpose of a text. Is it describing? Is it arguing? Is it classifying? Is it recounting? Is it instructing? this is rather different from social genre. And it's chiefly concerned with the organization of information. Moving on down, we come to linguistic realization. Here we're talking about surface features of lexicogrammar, which can be related closely to cognitive genre. If, for example, we're looking at a cognitive genre like a recount, which is typically a sequential list of actions taken. A recount typically occurs in the methods section of a research paper. We would expect to see simple past tense verb forms. We would expect to see markers of sequence, then, first, second. We would probably expect to see markers of reason. We did this because, or we did this in order to. We might also, depending on the field of study, we might also expect to see this in passive forms, though increasingly we see them in active forms as well. Okay, so that's a sort of very quick schematic view of genre studies and the things that genre studies look at. My suggestion is that UTAS research working within this framework might look at individual disciplinary spoken, written, or multimodal genres, genre sets, that is groups of genres that fit together. Like, just to take the example I gave you earlier, in a restaurant, the first genre you encounter is a menu. The next genre you encounter is the bill. The final genre you encounter is the receipt. And in fact, there are other genres that you are not actually aware of, genres in which the waiter talks to the cook, for example. Okay, so genre sets or chains. The challenges students face with specific genres, the writing process is appropriate to specific genres. That's something that's been particularly researched by Bawashi and Rife, and I would recommend their work to you. Or indeed pedagogic approaches to teaching genre. Much of genre teaching, historically genre-based pedagogy, has been concerned with showing students examples of a particular genre, helping students uncover the features, the purpose of the genre, and trying to help learners through a co-construction and an independent construction process to produce that particular genre. Johns advocates a different approach, which she calls genre awareness, which is really concerned with equipping students with an understanding of the concept of genre and a set of analytical tools with which to interrogate a new, unfamiliar genre. I mean, she's basically arguing that we cannot possibly teach students all of the genres that they might possibly encounter, and that we have to help them cope with new genres on their own. So that's what genre awareness is. Now, I would say, actually, although I've introduced genre studies and academic literacies separately, there are very, very strong overlaps between them. In a way, it's kind of like two sides of a single coin. Academic literacies tends to conceptualize student communication in terms of practices or processes. Genre studies tends to conceptualize, I mean, I'm simplifying greatly here actually, but genre studies tends to conceptualize academic communication in terms of texts and products. But as I say, they are actually two sides of the same coin. and I would imagine, I would certainly imagine research within specialist English language research within UTAS would probably want to draw on both of these frames. Okay, I'd like to go on now to right, I'm just checking time here. Okay, I'd like to go on now to two frameworks that are much less well known, but which I personally think are extremely important. I published a book in 2020, a couple of years ago now, in which I suggested a synthesis of these two as a way of scaffolding the construction of academic literacies by students with low English proficiency levels. But I actually think that that an integration of these two is worthy of much wider notice. Okay, integrating content and language, and I've given you a reference there to Gustafsson et al. 2011, but there's a huge literature on this now, are basically concerned with the ways in which the teaching of disciplinary literacy practices and disciplinary genres can be integrated with disciplinary teaching. In most universities around the world, I would say this is a structuring principle of higher education. In most universities around the world, there is an institutional, a disciplinary, a conceptual separation between language and literacy study, which is typically farmed out to English departments, foundation studies units, basic education units, and others, writing centers, and then disciplinary departments, engineering, biology, maths, IT, etc. Now, the effect of this separation is first of all conceptual. IT specialists, engineers, biologists tend to see themselves as dealing with the stuff of their fields, and for them, language is kind of like the air they breathe. They don't really notice it, and they certainly don't worry about it until it becomes a problem, until they haven't got enough air to breathe. That's kind of how disciplinary academics often tend to think about English language. I think this conceptual and certainly the institutional separation is actually really, really unhelpful. For one thing, it creates what I would call an insider-outsider problem for the people who are tasked with helping students construct academic literacy. So the English departments, for example, that are asked to provide language and literacy training for students who are going to go on to IT or mass communications or engineering or whatever they're going to go on to. Because basically English department staff are language trained. They're not biologists, IT people, mass communications people, and they're most certainly not engineers. They're not insiders within those disciplinary communities. They don't have the knowledge of disciplinary concepts, disciplinary methodologies, and disciplinary discourses, disciplinary ways of communicating. So I would argue that this separation of disciplinary, of language and literacy on the one hand and disciplinary teaching on the other creates quite a significant problem. Now, what ICL tries to do is to look at ways in which the two can be brought together. Now, this can either be through a curricular expansion in which, in, for example, an IT class, or within an IT course, some space is given over to the explicit discussion of disciplinary genres or disciplinary ways of writing. Another is through some form of collaboration between language and literacy specialists and disciplinary specialists, and that, I would say, is the norm, really, because that allows people with differential expertise to come together and share their expertise. And that this approach has a long history. I mean, Tony Dudley Evans was doing team teaching in Birmingham in the 1980s. But it's developed, I think, considerably since then. Okay, the other complementary perspective or framework is sheltered instruction. Now, this isn't the only framework in this area. There's another called specially designed academic instruction in English, which takes essentially the same positions. Sheltered instruction looks at the way unsimplified, and this is really important, unsimplified academic input. So academic input that is in no way dumbed down. They look at the way academic input can be made comprehensible to students with low proficiencies in English through linguistic and interactional modification. Now, I'll talk to, I mean, the kinds of things that they're thinking about are in many cases common to mainstream education, making things comprehensible by making links between what's been learned previously and what is being learned now, making links between what's happening in class and the students' experience outside class, making learning manageable through chunking, through breaking learning down into sort of manageable bite-sized chunks, and making clear and consistent connections, what SDAIE tends to call webbing. Now, all of that is really just good teaching. Anybody should be doing that. But what's also important about sheltered instruction is that it encourages a systematic linguistic and interactional grading. Now, linguistic grading does mean choice of vocabulary, choice of grammar, choosing simpler words rather than rarer words, using simpler grammatical forms rather than more sophisticated grammatical forms. But it also includes things like pacing, reiteration, and includes interactional modification as well. For example, when somebody is speaking, do they just go on and on and on and on? Or do they actually pause after a couple of minutes to give students a chance to share their understanding? Do they give chances to students to ask questions? And so on. So these are the kinds of things that are meant by interactional modification. Now, I would argue that both of these things are relevant to higher education on the Arabian Peninsula. Typically, students in this region enter first-year degree studies with an English language proficiency that is somewhat below the proficiency that would be required, say, in the UK or the United States or Northern Europe. I mean, to enter a degree program in the UK as an undergraduate, you need at least an IELTS 6. There are courses like medicine which require higher. Now, very few students in Oman, I would say, enter first-year degree studies with an IELTS proficiency as high as that. I know when I was the program director for English in CAS, we were basically aiming at IELTS 4.5 for direct entry to first-year studies. Now, that's a pretty significant gap between 4.5 and 6. The 6 marker, the 6 IELTS marker, I think does actually reflect the experience of academic institutions, certainly in the UK, that this is the level that students require if they're to cope with unsimplified, unmodified English language. So sheltered instruction basically looks at the way unsimplified academic input can actually be made comprehensible to students with relatively low proficiencies. Okay, so UTAS research using these frames might work on interdisciplinary projects, exploring interdisciplinary collaborations between English and disciplinary academics, or indeed interdisciplinary projects looking at disciplinary academics and what I would call a language-aware pedagogy. By a language-aware pedagogy, I mean a way of teaching that acknowledges language and that actually tries to think about language, the level of language that is being used in the classroom. Okay, I'm conscious of time. I think I've got about 15 minutes left of my allotted time, so I think I'd better move on. Okay, I'd like to turn now to the second of the issues, which is really learning from institutional learning from research. Now, I do wish to reiterate that I'm in no way an expert in this field. The reading that I've done has been to inform my own practice as a manager, a leader, or indeed simply a staff member within a large organization. What I've listed there are simply some of the things I've read that have made an impression on me. Particularly Senge's 1990 work, which, although it's frustratingly ambiguous in many ways, actually seems to me to be talking about some really important things in terms of individual reflective practice, which is personal mastery, systems thinking, that is trying to see what an individual does as participating within a larger system, so trying to get a bigger picture. The importance of building a shared vision, and this is crucially a leadership issue, getting everybody in the organization to see themselves as having a shared mission. The importance of challenging fixed paradigms or mental models, looking at new ways of seeing things, and crucially, team learning. Ertenblad's work, looking at organizational learning, Wellman's work also, both emphasize many of the same things, the same kinds of processes and structures, but also they emphasize the importance not just of creating knowledge, institutional knowledge, but of storing it and making that accessible. One of the crucial things is not only, one of the crucial problems is not only that organizations do not learn, the other problem is that they learn, but they then forget. Finally, I've given you a reference there to a paper that looks a recent paper, a relatively recent paper based on a literature review, which looks at the idea of learning organizations in relation to institutions of higher education, which is quite an interesting paper, and it suggests a relative applicability. Anyway, this is just stuff that I've read to inform my own practice as a manager. Now, extrapolating from all of this stuff, and it is a huge field, it seems to me that learning or organizations that learn recognize the need for self-examination, and they encourage it. They foster a culture of reflective practice at every level, a culture of discussion, a culture of debate, a culture of sharing. They facilitate it through the creation of structures, systems, and channels of communication. And they use these to gather and process data and transform it into information. They disseminate this information and they act upon this information in a principled, strategic way. Now, these might seem obvious, they might even seem platitudinous, but when I think of the organizations in which I have worked, and that's over my entire career, actually very few organizations really do all of these things well. And I would argue that if research, whether it's routine, whether it's research using data from routine monitoring, or whether it's focus-funded research, for institutions to learn from this kind of research, they really do need to create a culture of learning, structures for learning, and communication flows that will enable that learning to take place. Okay, how are we doing? Right, okay, we're not doing too badly. Okay, now my own sense of what this might imply, what these ideas about learning organizations and organizational learning, what these might imply for the kinds of organizations with which I'm familiar. I would argue that most organizations have fairly effective structures for coordination. They don't always use those structures for the gathering, analysis of routine data on performance, or the proactive commissioning of research into issues suggested by routine data. Structures of coordination are not the same as structures of strategic direction. Most institutions have structures for the effective strategic direction of the institution, but it's not always the case that these structures not simply direct. Sorry, what the point of trying to make is that these structures may direct very effectively, but they do not necessarily synthesize research information coming from below, from outside. They may not necessarily identify research priorities, commission research, and they may not necessarily process findings and use this information to inform action plans. So what I'm really saying is that it seems to me, in terms of learning organizations and learning from research, that institutions need to use coordination and strategic direction structures for research purposes, for the systematic gathering and analysis of data. Finally, the crucial thing is communication channels. I would argue that they need to be two-way, they need to be vertical, they need to be horizontal, they need to be free, and they probably need to make a distinction between routine communication channels, staff meetings, for example, institutional memos, things of that kind, and what we might call extraordinary communication channels. What I really mean by extraordinary communication channels are things like symposia, colloquia, conferences, things that bring together people from different branches of an organization, different levels of an organization, put them in a situation where they can talk to each other, and particularly a situation in which they can share their own routine or focused research, which is why events such as the one we are participating in are so important. The only thing I would say is that although it's wonderful that English department colleagues are coming together for the purposes of this symposium, it's wonderful that so many people are participating in it. I do wonder how many people whose primary interest is not English are actually participating in this symposium. I really look forward to the day when we have, for example, an engineering conference, a university engineering conference that is attended not just by engineers, but also by English language teachers. An engineering conference that not only talks about engineering, its problems, its concerns, but also deals with the discourse of engineering, that looks at how engineering knowledge is communicated, and also looks at the pedagogies of engineering and the pedagogies of engineering discourse. I would argue that for an organization to really learn from research, it needs to be bringing people together so that they can share their findings. To my mind, the very worst thing that can happen in an organization is that people basically function within silos, and they only ever end up talking to people who essentially do the same job as they do. Okay, so I think I've certainly come to the end of my time, though with a couple of minutes to spare. I've put the references that I've used in the end there, so that's available. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Faiza, I'm not sure if there's time for questions or what we should now do.
Thank you, Simon, for this insightful talk in which you addressed so many things. Yes, we do have questions. You have addressed so many things, as I said, starting from research quality, types of research we should, UTAS as an organization should learn from. Also, you have talked about some theoretical frameworks that are related to academic literacy, and I mean, those theoretical frameworks that we should also consider if we are to change the research quality or the culture of research at UTAS. You have also provided some very beautiful directions for UTAS within these frameworks that you have addressed. And although you are not expert in institutional learning, but you have summarized it all. And I think I echo what you have said regarding working together, bringing all staff together, all departments together. We are all, at the end of the day, we are all doing the same thing. We are teaching. So we should talk more. We should address our common pedagogical issues together. That I think will bring more valid resolutions to whatever we are dealing with. So for that, thank you, Dr. Simon. Now it's time for questions. Everyone, you can write your questions in the chat or you can just speak it up. Anyone?
Hi.
Yes, Mehdi?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Doctor, for that sort of very insightful
Mahdi, hi.
presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Actually, I've been here for a couple of months, and I just wonder how we can just have a sort of balanced view regarding the integration of content and language. You know, we've got different courses, for example, foundations, year 1, year 2. As a sort of English teacher, I just wonder, you know, because of the students' proficiency, how we can just have a sort of balanced view regarding content-based teaching. You know, it's quite impossible because, you know, sometimes you wonder if the students' proficiencies, we should just give it a sort of priority to language rather than content. And that's the case. That's a sort of dilemma. Okay, thank you very much.
No, thank you for that, Mahdi. No, it's a huge issue. I wonder actually if it might be helpful for me to share a couple of experiences. Faiza, can I just ask, how long do we have for questions? You're on mute.
Sorry, we have 5 minutes for questions.
All right. Okay. In that case, I was going to share some experiences from my time in CAS, but I don't think we have time for me to ramble on in that way.
Maybe
Okay.
maybe one. I think that will be very insightful, Simon.
Okay. I think it's probably better if I talk to Mahdi's point directly, really. Okay. I personally would see the solution in terms of the adoption within disciplinary departments of what I would call a language-aware pedagogy. That is, if somebody is teaching IT to students with the IELTS and with an English language proficiency of roughly IELTS 4.5, maybe 5, but if they're using, if they're speaking in an unsimplified way as a highly competent English language speaker, there's probably going to be a very significant gap. I mean, from my experience looking at disciplinary classrooms when I was in CAS, I would say the level of language that academics were using was pitched at about IELTS 6, but the students they were talking to actually had about IELTS 4.5. Now, there was a huge gap. Now, I would argue that the kinds of linguistic and interactional modifications that sheltered instruction theorists talk about are actually a way forward for disciplinary academics. I think seeing language as always the problem of the English department is basically to miss the point. The point of UTAS, the point of the old colleges of applied sciences, was not to teach English, it was to teach mass communications, IT, business, engineering. English is just a tool. And so if disciplinary academics could actually use English in a way that was more sensitive, more aware, if they could grade their input, if they could do the kinds of interactional modifications Echevarria and Short and people like that suggest, I think that's a way forward. I would suggest, Mahdi, that actually what English department colleagues could probably most usefully do is actually work with disciplinary colleagues to show them, to make them aware of language and of how it can be graded linguistically and interactively.
Thank you.
Okay, Mahdi, thank you for the question there.
Very well stated, Simon. Any other question, guys? Anyway, we don't have time for more questions.
Can I, Dr. Faiza, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, Dr. Mahmoud, you can make it very brief.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Green, for the informative speech. My question is, I think if we agree that all this, for example, colleges, universities, education in general is not about the researchers, but it is about learners and learner-centeredness and learner transformation. So maybe you have spoken about this implicitly, but I was expecting to hear something about learners constructing their identity and practicing their agency and transform. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's a very good point. I think an innovative, modern institution of higher education should place learners at the center of everything that they do. And issues like the construction of learner identities are really important. When I was looking at, when I was talking about academic literacies, one of the crucial things about an academic literacy is that it is in part the construction of an identity. The construction of an identity as a person who is a student within a particular field, within a particular college, within a particular program, a person who feels that they have self-efficacy, they have agency within that program, within their studies. All of these are issues of identity. I mean, the focus of my talk obviously is on research, because that's the theme of the symposium, but actually researching identities and identity construction would actually be a very, very valuable thing to do, certainly working within an academic literacies framework. Okay, I hope that goes some way, Dr. Mahmoud, to answering your question.
Thank you very much. You did.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I can see there's something from Alexander. Oh, hello, Alexander. Do you think focusing on EAP can be more focused on? Oh, absolutely. IELTS is an abomination. I hate IELTS. No, absolutely. EAP all the way. Okay, there's one new. Oh gosh, 2 new messages. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think
yeah, I think I agree with
you.
We're
done.
Everyone hates IELTS. Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you very much for your time and for the knowledge you shared with us today. That was very insightful, and I think everyone here agrees with me. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yes, now we will move. Dr. Saif Bimani will take over moderating the second session that is going to be presented by Dr. Sarah. So, Dr. Saif.
Thank you so much, Faiza. Thank you. Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us. A special welcome to the keynote speaker, Dr. Simon Green. and to the rest of the guest speakers we have today. And I would also like to extend my thanks to all the participants who are joining us today from Oman and elsewhere. My name is Saif, and I'm happy to be the moderator for the rest of the sessions. And I'm really happy to say that we have 3 presenters, and they come from different UTAS branches with some very interesting topics I can see here. We have Dr. Sarah first, who will talk on assessment literacy. Then Dr. Sarah is from UTAS-Nizwa. Then we'll have Dr. Amal Al-Makrashi, who is from IBRI UTAS. She will focus on identity. Dr. Mahmoud is really interested in identity, so we have 1 session on identity in ELT context. And then finally, we'll have Dr. Wafa Al-Mawali, who will be focusing on digitally mediated writing. Dr. Amal is coming from IBRI UTAS, and Dr. Wafa is coming from Rostock UTAS. Okay, before we begin, I would like to say that we will have questions after each session, and questions can be posted using YouTube chat box because this event is being live streamed, and also you can use Zoom chat box as well. We're happy to say that certificates will be sent to the presenters right after the symposium, and participants can also request a certificate of participation to be sent to them. We will be happy to send a soft copy certificate. All you can do, guys, is you can drop an email to the symposium organizing committee email, and then we'll be happy to send you a soft copy certificate. After the 3 sessions, we will have a closing session at the end. And after Dr. Sarah's session, we will have a break for 10 minutes. Okay, so as I said, the first session will be presented by Dr. Sarah Al-Bahlani, who is the Acting Assistant Dean for Academic Affairs. And I would like to say a few words before we begin. Dr. Sarah Al-Bahlani is an assistant professor and the acting assistant dean for academic affairs and scientific research at UTAS-Nizwa. She earned her doctoral degree in second language acquisition and teaching from the University of Arizona, 2019. Her research focused on language assessment and teacher assessment literacy. That's what she's going to focus on, basically. Digital assessment literacy and integrating technology in the language classroom are among her research interests. Dr. Al-Bahlani holds a Master of Arts degree in Applied Linguistics from Queensland University, Bachelor of Education degree in English from Sultan Qaboos University, and an international diploma in language teaching management from Barcelona. Al-Bahlani held a variety of positions. She is currently the acting assistant dean of academic affairs and scientific research, as we have said. She also worked as the head of the English department in the Colleges of Applied Sciences, Nizwa. She worked as an English sociolinguistics and academic skills lecturer and course coordinator. Dr. Al-Bahlani also taught Arabic as a foreign language as a Fulbrighter between 2009 and 2010 in the USA. And she worked as an assessment coordinator for 3 years between 2010 and 2013. And she was also the lead assessment coordinator between 2012 and 2013. Dr. Al-Bahlani has also worked as quality audit writer and editor. She has taken part in the General Foundation program gas quality audit and institutional standards assessment application. Finally, Dr. Al-Bahrani was an active member of the UTAS academic programs team that was formed to facilitate the merger of UTAS, which is actually the focus of this symposium is to facilitate decision-making that will hopefully help make change during this merger. So without further ado, I would like now to welcome Dr. Sarah to start her presentation. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saif. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the long introduction, Dr. Saif. And perhaps the most important part of that introduction was me working as an assessment coordinator among a very small team back then in 2010 that was led by Dr. Simon Green. Simon, it's really good to see you today after so long. And thank you for the insights and thoughts you shared with us. And for everyone else, thank you for being with us today. Let me share my presentation. I hope it's clear.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Before I start my presentation, I have two questions for our wonderful audience today. The first question, and you can answer this question through the chat box here. What do you know about assessment literacy? How do you define it? What do you think of when you hear the term assessment literacy? 30 seconds for that. Okay, exams. What to assess? Awareness about what, why, and how to assess. Excellent. Assessing the set goals, testing and exams. Effectively assessing skills, assessment knowledge, how to improve students' learning and achievement. Great, great. Thank you so much, everyone. And at the second question, the second question is, have you ever had any kind of formal education or training on assessment before you joined the teaching practice? If the answer is yes, please use the reactions at the bottom of the page and raise your hand. If you haven't had any kind of formal training on assessment, do not do anything. So if you had any training, workshop on assessment before you joined the teaching practice, raise your hand. Okay. All right, everyone. So my dissertation title was Assessment Literacy. Okay, Assessment Literacy, a study of EFL teachers' assessment knowledge, perspectives, and classroom behaviors. Before I start, I'd like to highlight that the research on assessment literacy is still in its infancy. The term itself was first introduced by Stigens back in 1991. And when it comes to defining assessment literacy, the most perhaps agreed on, although there is no agreement on what assessment literacy entails, but mostly it's about the knowledge and skills a stakeholder, be they teachers or administrators, needs to practice assessment. So the highlights here, knowledge and skills, and then we have different types of stakeholders, and accordingly the definition of assessment literacy changes accordingly.
As I said, there is no agreement on what competencies or components assessment literacy entails. So when you say knowledge, what do you mean by knowledge of assessment? When you say skills, what kind of skills or competencies you're looking for when you talk about assessment? Well, basically, most of the definitions that are out there in the assessment literacy literature were based on the standards for teacher competence in educational assessment of students that were designed or outlined by the American Federation of Teachers, National Education Association, and the National Council on Measurement in Education, and it was in 1990. And the standards, they actually highlighted 9 standards. The first one was selecting and developing assessment for classroom, administering and scoring tests, using scores to aid instruction, communicating results to stakeholders, and also being aware of the inappropriate and unethical uses of tests. So if a teacher, let's say, has all of these skills, we can consider this teacher an assessment literate to some degree, and that degree will vary, of course, according to the level of literacy they had in each of these standards.
Sarah, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. Your slide is not changing. You can please.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Should I stop sharing and then reshare it again?
Try the presenting mode.
I do have the presenting mode. Okay, let me go back. What do you see right now, Dr. Saif?
Yes, now, yes, it's coming now.
Okay, we are on the second, third slide. I'm presenting right now, right? So this is where I outlined the standards for teacher competence in educational assessment of students. Going to the next slide. Now, if you look at back again to the same slide, if we look at the standards, the focus here is mainly on the teacher and what the teacher does actually when it comes to assessment. In 2012, however, 2011, Brookhart argued that the standards that were stipulated in 1990s did not incorporate the current conceptualization of formative assessment theories. And for that, she deemed those standards to be dated, and she called for updates to include actually the standards, but incorporating the new theories in language and learning, especially the formative assessment theories. To elaborate more, most of the definitions that came after that came out in the literature were based on the 1990 standards. Not to criticize those standards then, because they were valuable assets actually for multiple programs on assessment courses, and a lot of textbooks and literature was built based on these standards. However, in 1998, Black and William conducted a very interesting study where they analyzed around 250 studies about formative assessment and the importance of integrating this type of assessment in everyday teacher practices, assessment practices. And that resulted in substantial gains in student achievement. So the study highlighted the importance of incorporating formative assessment into the daily practices in the language classrooms. Now, what is formative assessment and how different it is from what is indicated by the 1990 standards? As I suggested earlier, the 1990 standards were actually focusing on the teacher rather than the student, while formative assessment, if we look at the definition of formative assessment, it's the type of assessment that the teacher conducts to improve learning or instruction, all right? It's the type of assessment that involves the students, where the students is considered actually a decision maker for their learning, so they know through the assessment where they are and where they should be. And the teacher is involved also by giving feedback, assisting that process of getting from where they are right now to where they are supposed to be according to the learning intentions of the classroom. Effective feedback is also one of the highlights of formative assessment. As I said, student involvement, knowing where they are according to the tests or assessment tools that are used, and also taking part in the assessment process itself. Self-assessment, for example, peer assessment. Based on the current conceptualization of formative assessment theories, Brookhart, 2011, proposed new standards she called Educational Assessment Knowledge and Skills for Teachers. I don't have the list here of skills, but basically I can highlight how Brookhart's skills differ from the 1990 standards. Well, she had around 11 statements outlining a lot of skills that an assessment or a teacher should actually have. And accordingly, I built my own, I came up with my own assessment literacy working definition for the purpose of the dissertation. Going back to Brookhart. Yes.
Yes. Sorry. The slides are not moving, Doctor.
Again?
Maybe if you can just stop the presentation mode and just keep moving it yourself.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm on the assessment literacy definition. Regarding the going back to the list of skills that Brookhart came up with in an attempt to update the 1990 standards, we can clearly see that she focused more on the learning intentions and the importance of communicating them and using them to assess or to build the assessment. She actually, in many of the statements here, she highlights the role of the students that was a bit neglected in the 1990 standards. For example, communicating the learning intentions with the students. She had another statement about teachers should have a repertoire of strategies for communicating to students the achievement of the learning outcome. Teachers also should understand the purposes and uses of a range of available assessment and analyzing them, conducting test item analysis, and giving or providing effective and useful feedback on student work. So she actually made sure that the new skills or standards talk more or address more the students' needs and how they can actually benefit from the standards themselves. That was like a brief, really brief about the what's in the literature based on what, or based on which I actually came up with this definition that I'm going to use throughout the presentation today. So assessment literacy it actually entails the knowledge, skills, and practices teachers possess or use to understand, design, administer, make decisions from, and evaluate classroom-based assessment according to the principles and concepts relevant to the fields of language testing and evaluation, as well as language teaching and learning, in accordance with the affordances and needs of both teachers and students within their context. Again, this is a very kind of complicated in terms of the many words it's actually has, but all of these have a different and a special meaning that was derived from the assessment literacy literature. Knowledge has to be there, skills or competencies have to be there to call a teacher an assessment literate, but in order also to judge or evaluate whether the teacher is an assessment literate or not, we need also to check the practices, how they practice that knowledge or those skills and competencies. And I expanded on the various definitions that are out there by highlighting the context in which assessment literacy is being studied. And in this case, colleges of applied sciences back then in 2017. So also it highlights the needs, the affordances and the needs. And by the affordances, I meant here, especially digital assessment literacy. And I argued if the context in which you are studying assessment literacy is already digital, has like a digitally rich environment, and the environment is, have some kind of state-of-the-art technology. Technology is already integrated in the language classroom. I'm focusing on the AFL, that's why. And I also based my argument based on a study that I conducted back in 2015 on a sample or a smaller sample of the current study, in which I actually looked at their confidence. It was a self-report of their confidence on using digital or technology in the language classroom, and how much confident they are about their computer skills. Not to say that this will be a good indicator of their digital assessment literacy, but at least this is like the basics we need in order to check the current assessment or digital assessment literacy. So in the testing or measurement of the current level of teachers in terms of assessment literacy, I did incorporate digital assessment literacy, and I will elaborate on that later on. The statement of problem, according to the literature on assessment literacy, teacher assessment, literacy was mainly measured through different measures for assessment literacy. These were the teacher assessment literacy questionnaire, the TALC, or the CALI, that was also an updated version of the TALC, Classroom Assessment Literacy Inventory. Both of these were based on the 1990 standards, all right? So they were not updated according to the current conceptualization of formative assessment theories and other learning and teaching theories that came after the 1990. All of these, almost most of them, I would say, studies reported low levels of teacher assessment literacy. And this is a very important result. And these measures actually were applied in context, in various contexts, Western countries, the Middle East, Asia, and in Oman by Al-Kharousi 2011, the same results persisted, low levels of teacher assessment literacy. Now, all of these studies highlighted three different reasons for the underdeveloped teacher assessment literacy. They talked about either the lack of formal education on assessment, the lack of in-service assessment training, or the measures that were used, and I already highlighted the qualitative nature of the measures, the TALC or the CALI, and these were multiple choice questions that I said based on the 1990 standards. So in the framework of the current study, I used the Brookhart updated list of the assessment knowledge and skills for teachers. And also I used Al-Kharousi self-confidence scale and teacher assessment practices that actually listed a lot of assessment tools and assessment practices that teachers should actually have in order to be able to practice assessment in their classrooms. And for the digital assessment literacy, I adopted a list of digital assessment literacies that were introduced by EL in 2011. The difference, however, is that I tried very much to bring all of these frameworks to fit the context of the study. I adapted them, so I did modify a lot of the sections in all of these different theoretical framework. The purpose was investigating the then in 2017, levels of language assessment literacy of EFL teachers. So I looked at their knowledge, perceptions, and also tried to look at the formative assessment practices into the classroom, but I will not talk about the practices at this point due to the time constraint. The first question was, to what extent are EFL teachers of colleges of applied sciences in Oman assessment literate? I looked at how teachers perceived their assessment literacy in terms of their competency and in terms of how often they practiced assessment in their classrooms. And I'm targeting formative assessment that happens on a daily basis in the language classrooms, and that was not for the purpose of certifying learning or giving grades, but rather for improving learning or instruction. How do teachers perceive their digital assessment literacy? Again, competence and practice frequency of practice. And how do teachers perform on a test that measures assessment knowledge? And this was one of the contributions of the study, because I came up with a new assessment or measure for assessment literacy that was built based on the framework that were used in this study. How do teachers perform on a test, the evaluation task? Again, this is another contribution of the study, and I will highlight it later on. The second question, what is the relationship among EFL teacher assessment knowledge practices and perceived skills with regard to different variables, including whether the teacher was a regular teacher or assessment coordinator, novice or experienced, male or female, assessment backgrounds, or if they had no assessment background? And I will skip.
You have about 10 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
So it was a mixed method approach. I started with the qualitative. I had around 101 EFL teachers participated in the different methodologies I used. And most of them were MA holders, and the majority of them were teaching around 12 to 16 hours per week. And also the majority of them were really young and had between 5 and 10 years of experience. The participants, majority of them also had a pre-service assessment course, and they had also like 61% of them in-service assessment training. For the first survey, now that was conducted in the first week of spring 2017, I used a survey and one for the competence, the assessment competence survey. I had 27 items on 6 categories: constructing and administering language assessment, developing performance assessment, developing valid grading, communicating assessment results, and recognizing ethics of assessment. I did add 7 items on digital assessment literacy based on EL 2012. And this is how the survey looked like. So I gave the category, and each category had a number of items, and we asked the teachers to rate whether they thought they were competent, not competent, somewhat competent in each of these items. For the frequency of practice, different categories, traditional assessment methods, alternative methods. We asked about the assessment communication, student-involved assessment, non-achievement grading factors, and digital assessment. And this is how the survey looked like. Again, they had to rate how often they used these different assessment methods. And I've already talked about the digital assessment literacy. Maybe one highlight, I focused more on the use of Blackboard, because back then it was, and still now actually, where the Blackboard is the official learning management system that is used by College of Applied Sciences. And most of these items were built on the index of digital assessment literacies proposed by EL. So questions like use Blackboard to design a language test, use safe assigned reports to give students feedback, and I had the same questions or items per competence and practice. The results of the first survey. We actually, if you look at the overall mean score, it was 3.9, which indicate that teacher thought they were moderately competent on assessment. They were highly competent here in recognizing ethics of assessment, followed by developing valid grading procedures and developing performance assessment. If we look at the developing digital language assessment here, it was, they thought they were the least competent in this component. When it came to the different variables, I found a statistically significant effect for pre-service assessment training. That's why I asked you at the beginning of the presentation to let us know if you had any kind of training before you joined the teaching practice. So that was the only factor that accounted for teachers' responses or teachers' assessment competence. Teaching, in terms of teaching experience and teaching load, teaching experience also had a positive correlation with constructing and administering language assessment, developing performance assessment, and developing valid grading procedures. For the assessment, in terms of frequency of practice, teachers indicated that they practice assessment communication, which means talking to the students about their assessment, or parents or stakeholders, more than any of the other assessment practices. It's really interesting here, they reported that they used alternative assessment methods more than the traditional assessment method. And just because of the time, this was actually one of the findings that contradicted the findings of the, that were based on the observations of the real practices of the teachers, where they actually practiced traditional assessment methods more than the alternative teaching methods. Again, the pre-service assessment training had a significant effect on how often the teachers practiced assessment methods or the different assessment practices in the language classroom. In terms of, there is no significant effect for teaching experience and teaching load, except for assessment communication. So the more load they had, the less communication they made with their students about their assessment. In terms of the language assessment test, it was a multiple choice question, 20 questions. The original test before the pilot was around 38 questions that were based on Brookhart's different knowledge and skills for teachers. And I added 2 digital assessment items there, and it took about 15 minutes of the teachers to answer. The reliability was good. Here, I actually broke down the statements of Brookhart and matched them with the items of the test. And this is a sample question. And what I need to highlight here, the questions were scenarios mostly that were taken from the context, like even the name of the textbook that were used, the levels that were there in the context of the study were highlighted in the question, so that to eliminate any kind of confusion while they are answering the questions. Now the results of the assessment knowledge test. How much time do I have, Dr. Saif?
Well, originally you have 2 minutes, but because we started your session late, so I think we can have maybe 7 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, thank you. The scores, 85 participants, by the way, responded to the test, and the scores ranged from 1 to 20, 1 out of 22. I know I said we had 20 questions, but one of the questions had like I think 3 correct answers. That's why we have the 22 as the total. The average was 12.96, and again, that's a limited knowledge of assessment. I analyzed the scores according to the items and how they correlated with the statements in Brookhart. So at the left side here, this is the number of the statements, and here in the right side, we have the mean score per statement. So we can say it this way, teachers actually were literate the most when it comes to the to statement number 5 in Brookhart. That was more about teachers should have the skills to analyze classroom questions, test items, and performance tasks to ascertain the specific knowledge and thinking skills required for the students. A few highlights here. If you look at number 12, digital assessment, remember the teachers thought they were not as competent in the digital assessment practices. Here the score was moderate actually. So they had some knowledge, but they were not confident about that knowledge perhaps. I can say that for sure. But when it came to test methods, test purposes, and testing principles, they got the lowest score. And these scores are really good indicators of the gaps, strengths, and weaknesses that our teachers have. And it gives us an indicator where our teachers are in terms of assessment literacy and what we need to do as an institution in order to eliminate those weaknesses and perhaps gaps in assessment literacy. No statistically significant difference was found among the different groups of teachers, and that made me think a lot about the reliability of my test. I don't know if this is clear, but I conducted an item analysis to see how good the test was after I received the responses of the teachers. And what we basically are looking at is the item facility, and that should be somewhere in the center, 0.5, because it's for each item, they should score at least 0.5, which means that 50% of the participants have got the item correctly. And this is the ideal score that we are looking for. And because the ideal is rarely met, we scientists usually go for 0.3 to 0.7 for their item to consider it a good item. And 74% of the items that were in the test were acceptable according to the norm reference test statistics. Some of the questions were difficult though, and some of them were easy, and these, give us room actually for improvement in the future. I will skip the evaluation test task. That was one of the methods meant to validate the result of the quantitative methods, but I'll be happy to share this information and discuss it via email or even a live meeting for someone who is really interested. I'll go to the study implications. I have a summary of the major findings, but I don't think we have time for that. But the study implications, the study highlighted the significant impact of pre-service courses. So I do recommend teaching programs or teacher preparation programs to continue to provide teachers with such courses on assessment. We need to assess, however, how comprehensive these courses are, and if they meet the current needs of our teacher, the current needs of the context in which the teachers actually get to practice teaching. I also recommend evaluating the current qualifications of assessment coordinators. Remember, we have assessment coordinators and assessment level coordinators among those who took the tests, and the various, I'm not talking about the qualitative methods here that I use for the study, but also the practices. They showed no difference in terms of assessment literacy for those who were assessment coordinators. The only difference was actually in one of the tasks, which was the test evaluation task, where I gave the teachers a test to evaluate, and guess who did better than anyone else? It was the level coordinators, who were partially usually involved in the writing of the assessment, but they get to evaluate every summative assessment that the College of Applied Sciences produced to test the students. So that was the only difference. Rotate level coordinators, that's why, positions, so that all teachers receive some kind of exposure to language assessment. Reduce teaching load where possible, as it hinders some kind of assessment practices. And I also recommend promoting technology use for language assessment, investigating provisions of technology, teachers' ability and readiness, policies of the LMS that is currently in use. And this, not to forget the students as well and their readiness for digital assessment. Again, this was written before the pandemic, where everybody, had to go or was forced to use digital assessment in a way or another. Evaluating the types of in-service training we have in our institutions. Remember, 61% of the participants indicated they had some sort of workshops or training while they were practicing teaching, but it did not account for any of the differences in the scores, in the assessment practices, nor the perceptions of the teachers. Future directions, I really recommend improving and revising the EFL teacher assessment knowledge that I designed for this study, taking into account the context of the study and the item analysis. I also hope to explore students' perceptions and attitudes towards EFL digital assessment, study teaching context, teachers and students' views of student-involved assessment, because this was, and I know, I'm sorry, I did not discuss this part, but it was the least practiced type of assessment, self-assessment and peer assessment among the different methods that I use to evaluate teacher assessment literacy. So we need to reinforce the use of these types of assessment. And finally, examine EFL teacher assessment literacy longitudinally, perhaps before and after in-service training on assessment and principles, especially when it comes to formative assessment. Here are the references of my study. And as I said, if you like to have a lengthy conversation about any parts of the study, I'll be happy to do that. And that's it, Dr. Seth.
Dr. Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm actually amazed how you have managed to do all of that.
Yeah,
really
I'm
well.
amazed too.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we have some time for questions. Please go ahead. Okay, we have a question here in the chat box from Alex. Alex is asking, do you think due to low assessment literacy classroom, okay, let me read that again. Do you think due to low assessment literacy classroom-based formative assessment is often confused with continuous assessment, mostly summative in practice?
Okay, thank you for raising that good question, Alex. There is a huge, actually, confusion about what formative assessment is and what continuous assessment is, what summative assessment means. Basically, put it this way, any graded assessment is considered summative, all right? So the continuous assessment, if it is graded, is considered summative. However, it can be formative when you actually discuss the feedback of that assessment with the students. Tell them where they are in the test and where they are intended to be actually, and help them to go there. That's formative assessment. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah, Doctor, if I can follow this up.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, Dr. Sarah, my very point of asking this question is because we have something called continuous assessment in the English program.
Yes.
And but we never really give feedback in the sense, like the students do get a score, but they never really get to know what are the things that they have got wrong. So do you think there can be something which can be built into the system that once the students have written something and in the middle, for example, a mid-semester, and then they can actually be given back their answer scripts, or at least an image of that answer script where we actually point out that, okay, these are some of the things that they have got wrong, because otherwise they only know the score. We never really use it as formative in that sense.
Okay. I second your call, Alex. However, there are some policies about what you can share and not, according to the what the assessment team has agreed to share or not to share. But if we go back to the literature and the different studies out there and how they highlight the importance of formative assessment, sharing feedback with the students, and many of the stakeholders, the decision makers are with us today, and perhaps listening to this might help revise some of the policies that we have in terms of sharing some kind of summative assessment feedback with our students. Again, that will depend on the policies that we have in place. It will also depend on the teacher awareness of the importance of the feedback. Usually, when I was an assessment coordinator, we did recommend some kind of a holistic feedback on how the exam went and how the students did in general. But I also recommend having one-to-one conversation or feedback negotiation with the students. And I leave that to the decision makers to work on. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Alex. Any other questions?
I have one more.
Any more questions? Dr. Sarah, I've got a question myself, actually.
Sure.
Now that we are in the post-pandemic era, we may call it, and also the fact that we are becoming a single university, do you think that there's more, you can recommend anything else in addition to your recommendations based on your research? Is there anything new that policymakers should be aware of or should be concerned about, should take into consideration in terms of assessment literacy?
Yes, actually, the purpose of this study was highlighting the levels of assessment literacy that we are dealing with in our institution, with the purpose of using this information to design targeted professional development programs that help those teachers and not only teachers, we're talking about assessment coordinators, we're talking about the level coordinators who are actually responsible for designing these tests. And usually these are not expert, by the way. I wasn't when I was actually part of the assessment team back in 2010. So building on the results of the study, providing targeted workshops or programs for the teachers in terms of formative assessment and its practices and its importance, and also building targeted workshops for another level of assessment literacy that targets assessment coordinators and those who are responsible for designing summative assessments based on which students actually exit one level to another or exit the language, exit the foundation program to their major. So perhaps focusing more on training and constantly training our teachers on the different assessment aspects, and also not to neglect the assessment, the digital assessment part, because the pandemic actually showed us a great lesson We had to test our students using the online tools or methods. We had to be some kind of experts of digital assessment where we had no experience whatsoever, perhaps before the pandemic hit. We had the assessment, but transferring them into the digital mode and how that would work for both of the assessment purposes and the students while they are answering those, and all of these, studying all of these issues within the current understanding of assessment will be very helpful for everyone, starting from the students to the decision makers at the larger institution.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm afraid we'll have to stop now due to time. We have actually, we are beyond the schedule. So now, as we agreed in the beginning, we'll have a 10-minute break. And after that, we will have the second session or the third session by Dr. Amal Al-Makrashi, okay? So we will start at 12:10. Thank you again, Dr. Sarah. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. And we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Everyone, we are using the same link. So you can leave it as it is, like open, but you can go and have a break, and or you can try to join in again if you wish.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Dr. Amal, are you ready?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Amal.
Sorry, I faced problems coming back to the meeting. I had to log in again. Yes, I'm with you now.
Okay, if you are still connected.
Okay, everybody, well, Dr. Saif is reconnecting. He will be here soon.
Okay, sorry, everybody, I'm back. I just got disconnected myself. Okay, I think it's time to for our next session. Okay, let me first check if Dr. Amal, are you with us now?
Yes, Dr. Saif, I am.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so our next session is titled On Identity in ELT Context, and it will be presented by Dr. Amal Al-Makrashi, who is coming from UTAS-Ibri. And before we begin, I would like to say a few words about Dr. Amal. So Dr. Amal Al-Makrashi is an assistant professor at the College of Applied Sciences, Ibri. She is currently the head of the English language department at UTAS-Ibri, and she is a joint winner of British Educational Leadership, Management and Administration Society Best Thesis Award 2019 and UTAS-Ibri Research Award 2022 for Best Published Paper in Social and Human Sciences. Amal's main research interests are cultural diversity and organizations, higher education, qualitative research, and language teaching and management. Before we begin, I would like to congratulate, a big congratulations to you, Dr. Amal, for your for winning the research award this year. So big congratulations. I actually look forward to read your paper.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so without further ado, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saif, for the brief introduction. And I'd like to thank UTAS-Nizwa for organizing this event. It's really, a blessing being with you guys. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'll start the display mode. Dr. Simon Green and Dr. Sarah focused on areas directly related to ELT and research in ELT and assessment in ELT. And in this presentation, I'll take the attendees somewhere else, but still related to ELT. And we will basically look at the sociology of the workplace in ELT. And the focus or the title of this specific presentation is The Conundrum of Identity in Omani Higher Education, a case study of an ELT context. And this is basically derived from my PhD thesis which is entitled Group Dynamics and the Construction of Identities in Omani Higher Education, a case study of cultural diversity using a social identity approach. My PhD thesis looked at three main research questions, which are: how is identity constructed in the English language teaching context in Oman? The second question was, how is prototype constructed in the ELT context, and to what extent is prototype-based social identity effective in such a context? And the third question was, how, if at all, is leadership as practiced in the research context effective for managing a collective and or group identity? And in this specific presentation, I'll focus mainly on the first question, which is how is identity constructed in the English language teaching, and look into some data that I gathered as part of my PhD project. First of all, identity has been researched from different perspectives and different fields. And there has been so many debates about what counts as an identity, how is identity conceptualized, and singularity versus multiplicity of identity, and the best methodology to study identity. However, in the GCC context, identity is mainly conceptualized as national identity, and this this vector of identity has become a vibrant area after oil discovery, basically because of the surge of the international workforce that started to join the workplace in the GCC context. If we focus on the Omani context specifically, the Omani Society, according to Peterson 2011, is composed of cohesive set of ethnicities. While these are multiple ethnicities, over time they managed to form a cohesive society. However, post-1970 era led to a surge of international workforce, and so international or global workforce started to join the Omani workplace. And in 1988, the policy of Omanization started to kind of deal with this lack of balance between the demands of the local context and the global context. And the aim was mainly to kind of prepare local workforce to actually replace the growing number of international workforce in the Omani workplace. However, there has been a dearth in the literature that looked at the dynamics that are shaped by the demands of the globalization and Omanization in the workplace, and the cultural diversity aspect specifically in the context in the workplace, and we're talking here specifically about higher education. Most of the research that looked at the organizational context in the Omani, the organizational context in the GCC focused on local diversity and its effects on behavior such as employment and perceptions of organizational justice. These are studies conducted in the Omani context. And the relationship between gender and aspects such as equal employment and leadership, the influence of national culture on organizational culture, and very few studies actually looked at the work dynamics when the different cultural categories work together in the workplace. This gap was highlighted in NEIL 2010. And the studies that are conducted in the Omani or the GCC context tend to assimilate social categories into in the workplace into expatriates versus local categories, without actually delving deep into studying these categories and the intra-group differences within these categories. So this paper basically aims to answer this question: how is identity conceptualized in the Omani higher education? And it employs case study design to where the case is defined as English language context or English language teaching context in the Omani higher education. The objectives are mainly to illustrate how the advantages and disadvantages created by identity intersectionality are not static outcomes, but are related to the different processes within organizational groups. And it questions the applicability of the concept of prototype to culturally diverse organizational contexts by unpacking the variability within work groups. The study basically adopts social psychological perspectives to look at identity. And most of the research that looked at identity from this perspectives looked at collective identity, which is conceptualized in terms of salient commonality between group members. And it pretty much ignores the variability within the group members. One example of such approaches is the social identity approach, which I used as the overarching work frame for the research, in addition to another approach that I'll come to discuss in a few minutes. The social identity approach basically defines identity in terms of category salience. So salience of a category or a social category is a very important concept in this approach. And an identity becomes salient if two conditions are met. The first condition is accessibility, which is determined by the relative centrality or importance of group membership. And fit, which is the extent to which social categories are perceived to reflect social reality. Once these two conditions are met, a social category becomes a salient, and it forms a basis for a social identity construction or group identity construction. Salience is important according to the social identity perspective in order for social identity to be formed, and that's mainly because it makes individuals see themselves as representatives of the group. They perceive reality based on the same perspective. They behave based on the same values, norms, and objectives, and they can work collaboratively if they can see themselves as members of the same social identity. So social identities, the mental presentation of social identities for the members of a group is social identity is seen as a prototype, and prototype is defined as context-specific, multidimensional, fuzzy sets of attributes that define and prescribe attitudes, feelings, behaviors that characterize one group and distinguish it from other groups. So members of the same social identity see this group, they have a perception of social image of the group, which is composed of the defining features or attributes of that group. However, the social identity approach has limitations in the way it approaches the study of identity. One of these limitations is that it doesn't provide for the fact that multiple identities could function simultaneously and collectively to inform behavior, because basically it sees salience as a switch that dims one social identity and starts the functioning of another one. And so the other one would inform behavior in that situation. It's an additive approach in that it's in the sense that it sees identities as independent of each other. It's largely essentialist in the sense that social categories are seen as distinct from each other with unalterable essence. So there's no kind of overlap or a mutual construction between identities. Each identity could function separate from other identities. Another perspective that looks to identity from a social perspective is intersectionality perspective. And it kind of deals with the limitation, to some extent deals with the limitation of social identity approach. And according to this perspective, individual identities within groups are variably shaped by social, economic, and political factors. And intersectionality as a concept in this approach is defined as the interconnection of different identities that influence people's behavior and are underlined by differential powers. So the fact that there are different identities playing a role at the same time, and that there is a power differential between these two identities are key considerations in the intersectionality theory. This theory basically originates in the feminist literature, and the feminist literature came with the idea of basically looking at women and how they are perceived in the society, and the social and political factors that influence how the position they occupy in the social structure. And however, the intersectionality also kind of looked at the limitation of feminist literature, so it did not, literally follow the way feminist literature looked at identity. It sees intersectionality theory sees identity as emergent and complex. And it looks at the relationship between identities in terms of mutual constitution or mutual construction. So identities are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they actually form each other and they overlap. Interconnection of identities doesn't exacerbate the effect of each identity alone, but it actually creates a completely new experience. And salience in this perspective is seen as the simultaneous and collective functioning of identities to create certain effect or to create a position an individual occupy in a group. And this perspective also, identities are seen as processes. They are dynamic and they are emergent and they are not static, basically. And the prototype, intersectionality theory also redefined the concept of prototype, and it sees the concept of prototype as based on the intersecting identity trajectories, power relations, and social structures. One very important concept in the intersectionality theory is the intersectional invisibility, which is basically when identities intersect together to create a subcategory within the group that becomes invisible basically because it falls in the trajectories that are occupying lower social position. People who are more prototypical subordinate group members will be more direct targets to oppression compared to people who are less prototypical subordinate group members. And one example of this is what Crenshaw reported in her study in 1991, where domestic violence women of color experienced in migration shelters in the US was shaped not only by their gender, by their being women, or their color, but also by other structural aspects such as being of Asian origins or being non-speakers of English. So as you see here, more than one identity aspect is actually forming the effect of domestic violence that women experience in this context, which is the US shelters, migration shelters. Again, the intersectionality theory has its limitations. It remained for a long time as lenses for researching limited identities, and it links advantage and disadvantage to predefine intersectionalities such as being a woman of color, and neglects the role of context and the value role of the context gives to specific identities. On the other hand, identities should be, identity and intersectionalities are dynamic in nature, such that we must attend to the ways in which different social histories, interpersonal motivations, and local ideological expectations shape the implication of categories of experience in real-world empirical encounters. So we cannot approach a research with predefined identities and predefined effects of such identities, because each context ascribes different consequences for identities or different effects to identities. We'll come now to identity and culture in higher education and how identity and culture are actually very interrelated concepts in this field. Identity as a conceptual device helps unravel cultural difference within academic groups through exploring who individuals see as significant others in relation to the different situations or processes. Valima kind of defines two overarching cultures in higher education, which are institutional or organizational culture. And this could be seen or defined as the culture of an organization that is grounded in the shared assumptions or values in that specific organization. And disciplinary culture, which is the culture or values or perspectives related to the discipline of academics in certain context. However, this could be seen as oversimplification of the notion of culture in higher education. In fact, higher education could be seen as incubator of culture in the sense that it is an engine that drives countries' social and political and human and economic development. So it's constantly, higher education is constantly actually reconfiguring the identity in societies. Higher education could also be seen as a product of culture. In the sense that it's influenced by the policies, practice, and the practices of the social and local context, and also the people and groups working within this field, in addition to the subcultures forming higher education, which are conceptualized in terms of the roles individuals play in higher education, such as research, teaching, or community service. Valima tries to capture this complexity of identity or culture in higher education using the onion typology. And the onion typology basically says academic identity is composed of different layers that start with individual layers at the core of the onion and move towards the outer layer, which is the national, through layers of disciplinary, professional, and institutional identities. Again, this typology is not ideal in the sense that it sees the layers of identity as separable and easily definable. However, identities, whether they are horizontally or vertically related through the nexus of powers, are rather entangled in each other. So instead of trying to establish categories, we need to actually look at the effect these the intersectionality of identities create in a specific context in relation to specific processes. The previous literature that looked at this showed that some of the effects of identity intersectionality are inequality. And that was one of the findings of Diem and Morley's study in 2006, where women who are part-time academics in a UK context experience low pay and limited advancement opportunities. Another effect is unequal opportunities related to recruitment, training, mentorship, and retention. Also, another study highlighted that expatriate women in the Middle East are advantaged because of their being part of an elite community, but also disadvantaged because of the fact that they are women in the academic context. And so the research in the GCC context that looked at identity in the workplace highlighted some similar effects such as job insecurity, perceived injustice, alienation in the workplace, challenges with socialization and interaction, resistance in the part of expatriates, for example, to share knowledge with locals, privilege of local over expatriates, local progression opportunities, and the list goes on. Also, the literature in the GCC highlights that there are the employment policies affect the level of employment security and commitment to the workplace and perceptions of equity among the academics. Thus, this study tries to delve deeper to explore the Omani higher education context to see what identity effects are created by the intersectionality of the different identities and what intersectionalities shape individual identities in this context. The methodology used for this research adopted constructivist perspective, which basically advocates that reality is socially and individually constructed, and that the aim of research is to build a picture of reality and not the picture of reality, because reality is individually and socially perceived. It used case study design that looked at identity from intra-categorical approach, which is looking at the particularities within the groups rather than seeing groups as as one unit with seeing the commonality of the group only. So the data was collected from English department in one CAS context. For the sake of this study, we will call this as CAS 1. 16 interviews were used to collect data, 8 meeting observations, document analysis, and field notes. And in total, the subjects or the participants in the study were 27 teachers of diverse cultural backgrounds, diverse years of experience in the context, and also different roles. Some of them were team leaders at that stage, and some were regular teachers. This is the analytical framework that used to analyze the data. Basically, I used thematic approach to analyzing the data, and where data was coded using descriptive coding techniques by focusing on the idea of the codes or the participants' accounts. I started with coding the interviews at the interview level, the single interview level. And then I established the themes or the categories at the level of a single transcript. Then established themes across the interviews, and then wrote the full report based on the data generated from the one-to-one interviews. And then the other sources of data that are used to triangulate the findings. And so data was also used from the documents scrutinized for the sake of this study, and from the observations. So after the report was constructed, then evidence, supporting evidence from the different other sources of data was integrated. And here is a summary of the findings in relation to this specific question. The concept of prototype within the ELT group is an elastic concept that is process dependent. Individual identities were generally constructed along intersectional aspects of nationality, language, mode of employment, and profession. The intersectionalities represent a mixture of heterogeneous trajectories that appear in relation to staff recruitment, group longevity, engagement with the wider organizational context, and conceptualization of professional identity. These are basically the themes that I'll focus on in the rest of these slides. And the group as an organizational unit seems to stand as a unit that is separable from the individuals, and members relate variably to this conceptualization of prototype. The first theme generated from the data to answer this question is
Dr. Ramel?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. You have about 10 minutes.
Inshallah, I'll finish within 10
Thank
minutes.
you very much.
Staff recruitment and access to the group. In this context, most of the staff, some of the staff were recruited based on Ministry of Higher Education contracts, and some are on private contracts. Basically, of these staff, 12 were native English-speaking teachers, 10 were Arabic speakers, and there were 5 teachers who are speakers of other languages. There was a general perception that the virtue of being native English speaking teacher or NEST makes NESTs a more favored recruitment category, and hence more prototypical recruits in comparison to other linguistic categories, as one of the participants relates here. There is nothing that is written, but it's maybe what we could notice or feel, because every company would only recruit either native speakers or second language learners, but not Omanis. This was at the stage of collecting data, not written in any of the documents that I reviewed for the sake of collecting data, but it was later on stated in one of the contracts that recruitment was only limited to native speakers. In this context, Omanis were a minority within a department, despite the imperative of Omanization, and despite the fact that Article 69 of the CAS bylaw states that Omanis should be a priority for employment. And this agrees with previous literature that looked at this area. Al-Wafaili and Ilyas in the Saudi context says that there is a tendency in the Saudi context of tertiary education as well to recruit native speakers. And Showman says that native speakers are generally privileged identity in the UK societies. And generally speaking, in its NESTs, native English-speaking teachers have been privileged in the ELT industry internationally, as they are seen as the prototypical proficiency gauge in comparison to other, of course, linguistic categories. Being a NEST overrides even academic qualifications in staff recruitment in many contexts. And discrimination against the non-native speakers of English is still prevalent even in the non-NEST's own countries in relation to recruitment and employment. This finding raises questions about the identity and linguistic policy that Omani higher education adopts, and the alignment between that and the Oman's educational philosophy, which states that higher education is to foster the Omani national identity, to which Arabic is a pillar. The second theme is group longevity and group membership. Omanis were 8 in this context, and they were, being Omanis, they were in permanent contracts, while 19 teachers who composed or who constituted 70% of the staff were non-Omanis. Of these, 12 were recruited through agencies or outsourced recruitments, and that included all the native English-speaking teachers. So in relation to longevity and employment security, native English speakers become vulnerable category because they occupy a contingent status or secondary status in this context. This is one quote from one of the participants who said that such employment insecurity was a risk to retaining qualified teachers. We lost some good teachers because they were always unconfident about whether they would get the next contract or not. And the findings highlight some effects for lack of employment security, such as effect on motivation in non-teaching engage with non-teaching activities. As this quote here illustrates, I've heard so many people and colleagues say, I'm on a private contract, all I have to do is go to my classes, teach, and go home. So people on private contracts felt that they are not expected to tackle any other responsibilities apart from teaching. It also affected accountability with this category. And this also agrees with findings by Roman Woski and Nasser in 2015, the Qatari context, where expatriate staff generally suffered from high anxiety because of low group or limited group longevity or tenure. Also, it also agrees with another study that shows short employment and employer control over contracts creates lack of employment security in the GCC context generally. That's because they are seen as secondary or adjunct or periphery category in this context. From a social identity perspective, people join a group and identify with a group to achieve a level of certainty and to have a point of reference. And because of the peripheral status, the context ascribes to non-Omanis and non-native English speakers, they feel that there is no need to identify with the groups, and that's why we have low intention to serve the group or serve the context or being engaged in other activities other than teaching. Low employment security seems to influence identification and social identity-based motivation to work. The third theme is involvement in the wider caste community. And here comes to the fore the identity of Arabic speaking or Arabic speakers who are seen as the prototypical category in relation to involvement in the wider caste one context. Not speaking Arabic was seen as a barrier and a reason for alienating speakers of other languages. One participant said, I think there was a whole part of what's going on in the college that isn't accessible to other teachers or those who don't speak Arabic. Language intersects with teachers' contractual identity to decide the extent, these members are prototypical within the caste one wider context. And so what responsibilities did they assume in this context? This is another quote that kind of echoes the quote mentioned earlier, which is the lack of motivation to be involved in other activities other than teaching. Omanis, on the other hand, seem to be involved in many responsibilities. At the department level, they occupy leadership positions, and that was seen as natural thing, according to one participant who says, I think these sort of positions were being given to Omani colleagues with the idea of self-reliance. However, from the perspectives of the Omanis, this involvement was overwhelming, and they were used as a communication channel between the broader caste context and or caste one context and the department and the teachers who don't speak the language. And it was explained by one of the participants as a sign of trust, which is, from a social identity perspective, again, is not engendered towards people who are seen as not members of the group. The fourth theme is professional identity. The outsourced category appeared to be less corresponding to the professional standards relevant to this context. And these standards are academic qualification and sociocultural knowledge as defined by one of the participants. Who sees professional teachers.
Dr. Amal,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt again. We have about 2 to 3 minutes now.
Okay, all right. I'll then move very quickly through the slides. This is one of the important slides, and whatever comes next is basically a summary of what I've said during this presentation. The participants see that this participant sees that in the context of the study, a professional teacher is a teacher who have a real teaching background, and they know exactly the background of the context they are working on or the culture of the context. Another participant says, probably none of the teachers recruited through agencies have a master. Not all of them have a degree in English. That's because they are considered to be native speakers. When it comes to ministry contracts, the ministry is quite fastidious in the sense that teachers have to have a master's degree. So the standards of recruitment basically change when it comes to in relation to the language a person speaks in this context. And so it defines so professionalism as seen from this context or professionalism standards as seen from this context are not applicable to some of these categories. However, actually, Saif, I was told that I have 1 hour to speak. That's why I kind of included so many slides.
Okay.
I can flip through the rest of this very quickly. So sorry for this.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Professional identity, however, professional identity should be seen as a developmental identity, as it is very much context specific. And so professionalism standards are not universal should be probably, staff should be probably trained to have or to meet these standards. This requires higher education institutions to invest in making professional identity salient through one means of doing that is professional development programs. However, previous literature and the current study as well shows that professional development opportunities are limited to locals only, or those on permanent contracts. Also, we have to consider that one reason for the low standards and low professionalism standards is the unstable work conditions, as Brishers also highlights. For higher education to function cohesively, staff selection and staff retention strategies should be put in place. Okay, I've reached the conclusion finally. In conclusion, this study aimed, or this specific presentation aimed to explore how identity is conceptualized in Omani higher education with specific focus in the context of ELT. The findings show that while the English department stands at the backbone as a desired organizational group identity or social identity, if made salient, the managerial practices that emphasize national, linguistic, and contractual identities in relation to the different processes create intersectionalities of identity that highlight the differences within the group rather than the similarity in the group. This was evident in relation to the processes of recruitment, longevity, involvement within the Caste for wider context, and identity, professional identity construction. This study is significant in the sense that the findings indicate that there is ambivalence about the identity of Omani higher education and what identity it tries to promote. The different processes outlined in the findings point out to an identity conundrum. It's not clear what constitutes a prototypical identity in this context. Is it being Omani, being a native speaker, or being on a permanent contract, or being professional in the field? This study is an original contribution to the knowledge due to the application of intersectionality lens to the ELT context, which I have never found in any of the literature that I've reviewed. The distinctiveness of the Omani context lies in the fact that Omanis are actually also minority in the workplace where they work. So studying this the sociology of the workplace is very important. Some implications of this study in the Omani practical implications in the Omani higher education that's largely based on national diversity. There is a pressing need to mitigate the negative effects of national diversity in order to contribute to achieving Oman 2040 vision and building a knowledge-based economy. Cultural diversity should be viewed as a valuable asset and should be seen from a learning perspective, which sees people not in terms of what they look like or where they come from, but what they can bring to the context, and through incorporating their different, important, and competitively relevant knowledge and perspectives. Higher education should invest in promoting faculty cohesion and professionalism and recruits should be based on their professional standards that are valued by higher education. While outsourcing recruitment could be cost-effective as a managerial practice, it compromises sustainability of intellectual capital, in which human capital is a cornerstone. And so this practice should be probably revisited. A level of inclusion needs to be created in Omani higher education such that all faculty staff feel equally appreciated and enjoy equal access to resources and professional development. As for the theoretical implications of the study, it provides context-specific evidence that an intra-categorical approach to studying identity shows how advantage and disadvantage are not permanently linked to a specific category or intersectionality of categories. Rather, it's largely related to the group processes and dynamics in a specific context. And the notion of prototype as advocated by the social identity approach is rather simplistic. So conceiving of organizational groups as homogeneous groups or prototypes pushes organizations to turn a blind eye on the disadvantages that underlie the structure they officially create in the workplace. Also, applying intersectionality lenses for studying identity in higher education by focusing on processes as analytical framework rather than individual narratives reveals the points where identities intersect and highlights the ways in which these define advantage and disadvantage. Thank you so much. This is the end of the presentation. So sorry for taking more than the time allotted for my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amal. I honestly wish that we had much more time for such highly interesting research. I mean, discussion of identity is always, in my opinion, is always interesting. And there's always something new actually to add on the issue of identity. Okay, we have now very short time for questions. So questions, everybody?
I just have a comment, Dr. Saif. Dr. Amal,
go ahead, please.
Your ideas are very original, and the way that you have linked these things together are very enlightening to us. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faiza. Any questions?
Can I ask a question, Dr. Amal? My name is Roseanne. I'm from UTAS-Nizwa. Or UTAS, sorry. My question, and thank you for your presentation. It was extremely interesting, especially, I think it's quite relevant to what's going on now in terms of the, UTAS merger with the Tech College. Contract issues obviously are an issue going on now that are not clarified or, sort of settled. I'm just curious in talking about, you mentioned, I think, multitude of cultural identities in the workplace, and the impact that has on things like motivation, relationships, cooperative relationships. So based on your research, do you have any suggestions or opinions or advice in terms of how does a workplace whether it's a departmental or the entire institution, how do you think they can begin to address these very real cultural, social, these identity issues that are going on that do impact on teacher retention, on relationships, motivation, and ultimately affects the business at hand, which is educating Omani students. So I don't know, that was a bit of a mouthful, but do you have any comments or response to that based on your research?
Thank you so much for this question. Basically, the research in cultural diversity and the dynamics of the group in the Omani context is very limited, very limited. And I explored only the micro level of the organization. However, this research could also look at the macro level and how they see these culturally diverse groups, and what procedures or what programs are there in place. What I can see now from my experience at CAS is that management is not conscious about the sociology of the workplace and what effects it creates on performance and on everyday practices. They view departments or units or colleges as homogeneous entities, and there are very limited actually initiatives to address or to make this cultural diversity something that feeds into achieving the organizational objectives. On the other hand, those at the micro level are stuck with the consequences, as you've just said, of this multiplicity of identities, and they have very limited resources to actually deal with what it takes to actually create a cohesive context where everybody can enjoys working in a healthy environment. I think unless the micro level sees this as a pressing, priority to create a pressing priority for developing the atmosphere in the workplaces and for actually building human capacity, the problems that you've just mentioned and the research revealed will just continue. So, as I mentioned towards the end of the presentation, a learning perspective towards managing diversity is needed. A perspective, organizational perspectives that sees cultural diversity as an asset that we could invest in to actually serve the objectives and the vision of higher education and Oman generally. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that was great. That was very comprehensive. I guess more research, eh?
More research is needed indeed, yes.
Yeah.
So this was some of
especially in building. Yeah, especially where it's, in its infancy stages, and a recent amalgamation of these, of the tech colleges and CAS colleges. So, hopefully maybe there's some opportunities for more research to build on your current research. Okay, thank you. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Razan. We have a question here from Alex. Alex is asking, do you think Arabic classes for expat teachers can actually go a long way in their inclusion? Dr. Amal?
This is a very good question, Alex. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, indeed, this could form one part of a program that aims at creating a cohesive context and an organizational context where everybody can talk to everybody and everybody could get involved to the same level in every kind of organizational practice. So yes, teaching Arabic, in fact, orientation, a comprehensive orientation program that has teaching Arabic as one of its elements or one of its episodes is very important in this context if we are thinking long term. But unfortunately, this long-term thinking in organizations is also missing. That's why we kind of struggle with such complexities at the lower level only. But yes, that's one very important consideration, Alex. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. Any more questions before we move to the last session today? All right. I think we will now move on to the last session we have today. Thank you so much, Dr. Amal. Thank you for your informative, valuable information. And we hope to see you again in the near future. Thank you so much.
Inshallah, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Doctor.
I'm unable to stop sharing for some reason. If you could just stop sharing my slides from your side, if you're able to do that. For some reason, I can't open the window of the meeting.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can do that from here.
I think I'll just
Okay.
exit the meeting in this case. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, our next session is titled on digitally mediated writing. It's focusing on writing by Dr. Wafa Al-Mawali. Good afternoon, Dr. Wafa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Walaikum
barakatuh.
salam wa rahmatullah. Thank you so
Good
much for
afternoon.
being with us today. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon
So,
to you and to
welcome
everyone
and
here.
thank you so much. Before you begin, Dr. Wafa, I would like to say a few words about you. So Dr. Wafa is an assistant professor at Rhetorical College of Education in the English Language and Literature Department. She is currently the e-learning coordinator at Rhetorical College. She has a PhD degree in educational technology for TESOL from University of Exeter, UK, 2018. Her research interests are in technology in TESOL and quality assurance. She has published many works in this field. Dr. Wafa, we are so happy to have you with us today. Thank you so much, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so happy to join you today to talk about the digital side of teaching at our college. Now, my focus is on digital teaching and learning, but however, more focus is on learning because I'm shifting the narration from like what the teachers do towards what the students actually do in reality, what they think do in reality, because this is kind of vague for us as teachers. We are quite knowledgeable in this area. We know what we are doing, but we don't know what the students think they are doing. So this is a case study of like focusing on writing skill and how when the students involved in digitally mediated writing opportunities, how they think they do what they are doing. Can you see the slides moving?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll talk about the focus of my research, some literature very quickly, the methodology, main findings, and important lessons for UTAS teachers. Okay, so the focus of the research is about, technology and teaching or learning actually. So technology has recently, gained a lot of popularity, particularly during COVID-19. And it actually has expanded the way and the manner in which our students actually interact with it, use it for it in their own learning actually. So students in reality actually are engaged in the online space. Actually, they do use a lot of, they have their own phones, even our kids, even the schools like used tablets and so on. But then teaching actually remains in the same pattern and rhythm. We actually do not have a real understanding of what goes really in the learning sphere. So the focus of this research is to investigate the views of the learners, our own learners, about the text when they construct them, and with a particular reference to audiences and readership. When we expand this audience from a class focus, from only a teacher to outside the classroom to include anyone else, someone they can see, know, or someone they do not know actually. And also, I would like to highlight the importance of for the teachers to know what is meant by technology affordances in order for the teachers to support teachers in developing digitally mediating teaching for them. So in terms of Oman and in terms of the discussions have been going on since morning by Dr. Simon Green, when he talked about the different genre of writing and how that can be taught differently. Locally at the level of Oman, actually, there is little known about, the construction of these, interrelationships between learners when they write. So this piece of work will just focus on, the value and use of technology to support teaching and learning of genre. To start with, I would like to talk about what do we know about writing or composition. Usually there is no training for the teachers who are joining higher education in terms of these basic skills. What does it mean? Is it like, putting words together? Is it like, knowing the grammar? Is it like knowing the lexemes and what the student should use? Or what does it mean, actually? So today I'll talk about like writing as a skill. It is situated in 3 dimensions, in 3 theories. Theoretically, it is influenced, the way we teach actually, the books, the way the books are constructed in higher education are influenced by the 3 theories, the cognitive theory, linguistic theory, and sociocultural theory. For the cognitive perspective or theory, it looks at writing as an individual perspective on teaching, and it is also individual perspective on learning. So when the students learn how to write, it is an individual effort and process. So with delimiting the social aspect one, writing with others or writing for others, that is not important when we think about writing cognitively. Every learner is considered to process learning input cognitively until the development happens. So we presume that learning will happen to that learner by himself. And we presume that it is up to his or her, it's up to our learners' mental abilities that allow them to learn the language. And that is why there is a process, an approach that is called the process approach, where students have to write a first draft, a second draft, a third draft. The first draft has to be written individually. The second draft, well, with some comments and feedback, they have to integrate it and think about how to do it. Also individually, but with taking into consideration if peers or teachers' feedback, and the third draft. So this is influenced by the cognitive perspective of writing. Here, learners are considered active agents in their own learning because they have to process their own learnings of the writing skill individually. Now, the application of grammar knowledge is treated as a mental process. So in the second draft, learners will be just given a second, chance to look at their grammatical structure and try to reformulate it. By teacher just indicated that there is a spelling, or sorry, there is, for instance, a tense error and so on. While if some teachers, or if we look at writing as a linguistic one, so the linguistic one looks at it that there is only writing is about having a good grammar. It's writing well and having no mistakes. So with this perspective, teachers will tend to give a lot of grammatical corrections without looking at the functions, phrases, and how to link the sentences majorly. They will just focus majorly on the constituents, the rules, the structures that the students are they correct or not. They will try to just raise the level of the draft or the level of their students' writing by teaching them grammatical rules, by having all the grammars on the board. So we can see that this is a quiet, often in some of the teachers, but this is also influenced by looking at writing from a linguistic perspective. If writing is looked at from a socio-cultural perspective, according to what we have looked at this morning by Dr. Simon Green, it is much more looking at the, social relationships. To whom am I writing? Am I writing to my teacher? Am I writing to a friend? What type of text am I writing? Am I writing notes? Very general notes? Am I writing a very pure genre, such as a diary or a blog? So there are functions, rhetorics we have to pay attention to. So here there is much more focus in the social perspective on social relationship that is added to the writing. Social cultural perspective actually emerged from the psychological and social logical views of development and learning. Language development or writing development is culturally situated and conditioned in the community in which a person lives or in which a person interacts. So if you create a community of writers, online one, that is, as we are going to look at it later, through blogging, that is, this is where we presume that writing skill will develop. Here, it presumes that learning and development has to happen within the social framework, okay? Learning experiences expand and increase through time by accumulation of knowledge, which allow learners to become increasingly proficient. There are a lot of constructs within the social cultural perspective, but I just want to highlight socialization, okay, which looks at every surrounding humans, every surrounding in the social context have the possibility of being internalized and learned. So it is similar to a young learner, or any child is working with his a member of a family or with his elder brother, and then that child will learn that kind of drawing, the way they draw, the way they look at the letters, or any other skills outside school. So this is socializing, means that put any learner in a context where there is someone elder from whom they can learn. And this means that learning will happen by looking, imitating, trying to see how it works. And actually a lot of skills and habits in our daily life, we learn it through socialization. The second part of my research is about digitally mediated writing. So I look at writing as a social act. So in this sense, it is imperative that our students, also writers, learn structures to convey meaning in particular context, but also that is expanded and connected globally through using technology, through them blogging. And so here the focus is writing as a social act, but not only limited to the people they know, to the students they know. Being mindful of the different types of writing our students have to produce and are involved in, the focus here of this paper is on genre in ESL writing. Here it involves a real audience, so I'll have to involve my paper, actually my study involves real audience in ESL context, where there are some learners from Oman, actually they interact with some people from Oman and outside Oman, and this happened really. And then the reaction of my students were really frightened. We have a lot of, we have readers from outside Oman, and they kept telling me. So the purpose was to expand the audience who is reading the text, not only limited to the teacher or a peer. Also, very importantly is to look at the term technology affordance. Affordances, as we will see that we have limitations in the affordances. Affordances are what the technology can extend to us. And on the other hand, what we can see that the technology is extending. So one example, affordances such as speed. Actually, technology extends speed, but not in all geographical locations in Oman. Speed can be considered as an affordance. But in quite good number of places in Oman, speed can be considered as an affordance. So also accessibility to different resources, to other people, a variety of texts and materials that are available in online, already available or created just very easily and given to the students. Tools that are already made or created for writing, shareability, and so on. So the affordance theory, it is focused on opportunities in the physical environment that we have. Then Gibson explained it as a combination of the perception of what the environment gives us, so what the technology gives us, and the perception of our own ability to take an action. So it is a combination of both, of what we are extended and what we can make use of. So if you see like a tool, for instance, a pen, one will see it as only for writing, some other will use it for different things. So this is the affordance, the relationship of what the tool give us and what we think of possible actions we can use the tool for. So if we think about teaching writing, we should shift the narration from thinking about teaching. We think we should look at it as a learning process. So we need to think about in the first stage, what learners digitally do in real life. Do they blog? Do they tweet, Instagram? What kind of discussions they are involved on, and so on. So it is not about, I want to highlight, it's not about what tools other people say, this is good, this is no. I think for writing, actually, we should start for what the students in reality do and extend that for their own learning and link it to our own learning objectives. What we want our students to achieve pedagogically, what learning we want to extend through this process. So for writers, why I look at it in this manner, because if I extend, what students do in real life, then I am thinking about, well, they already have real audience. They already have, they are being recognized by their own audience. They have a community members who they are engaged with. I can think of another advantage that I am linking the schooling, the teaching itself, I want them to do with their own learning, which can be extended beyond the classroom, beyond the activity the teacher gives. And then here, only when we do this, only learning can happen authentically. Learners will be engaged, will feel that they are comfortable doing it through. But if it is intrusive, that you just suddenly use it for a certain time for your own purposes without students really engaged in, then it will be a problem. Students will be using it for the purpose of the teacher, for the time the teacher wanted, and that's it. But if you link it to the students' needs and uses of the technology, I'm pretty sure that our students have a lot of technologies, a lot of apps they are using. Okay. Going to the methodology of the study. The study actually is a case study methodology, and it is built on observations, interview, and text analysis of the students produced inside classroom and outside classroom. And as I have said, the purpose is that I wanted them to see and reflect about their learning about their learning of writing. When they write, what they do, how they do it, I mean, how they think about their teachers as an audience, how they think about their peers as audience, how they think about the wider community as an audience. The sample was 17 students in the English language program in Oman higher education. Those students have varied writing abilities. They, from intermediate to high, they are actually taking 2 classes at the college at that time. And then on voluntary basis that I have only 17 students, I couldn't enroll more. It's because of being voluntary. So 17 students agreed to take part of the study. So the study, I will aim to compare different genre, the reality and understanding of the different genre, how they do it. So the first phase was writing a diary for 3 weeks on daily basis. And then it was followed up by like reflections, thinking about how it goes on. Kinds of questions were like, what do you think you did in a diary? What type of text you were able to include freely? Because here it was a dilemma for the students, because though they are writing a diary, realistically, it shouldn't be shared with a teacher or anyone else, because it's a diary. It should be like a self kind of writing, a private one. But because they had to share it with me, it was a problematic. The audience was like really open, and then really they disclosed to me that they couldn't be free when they wrote because it was a teacher, and it was like there were a teacher involved. This was also a problem for me, because we as teachers, we use a diary. We ask students to write a diary, but actually a diary has to be a self and private one, where students write their own thoughts, and they have the right to be angry, they have the right to use their own words, but when we use it in classes, the meaning of a diary changes. The second phase was blog entries, and also it was for 3 weeks. It wasn't linked pedagogically to what students do in the class. It was fun. We were like kind of like having different topics, and I was like asking them to highlight the cultural aspect. What do you want to tell the world about the Omani culture? They will talk about some like really minority topics that are rarely discussed. They will talk about dishes they do that no one knows about. They will just use their own photos. Just during these blog entries, actually, there were a lot of like talk in both in Arabic and English. Talk that looks like it is a talk, but it's not even writing. So there is a lot of like mixing between different culture. This is like entirely Omani writing, but it is done in English. We rarely see it actually when we interact with our students. And the third phase actually was like an essay writing, where students write for the teachers according to the direction. The three types of genre were compared, and in terms of the audience, what students think about their learning, what they like, what they don't like, what they wanted more, and so on. I will only highlight on not all of the findings due to the limited time I'm given. I will highlight to students themselves, the factors related to the students. They looked at the number one, students tended to spend time in writing both in Arabic and English prose. I had a lot of students who were really writing a lot outside classroom activities, classroom opportunities and tasks or activities. These factors, actually this habit was transformed into a hobby. And then when they have hobbies of doing it outside classroom, it was like really linked to their performance inside the classroom, where the teacher actually, in the essay, the teacher will think, well, I have a good student with no feedback, and then well done. Well, this was underlined by, students. Some students, I have like 3 students who spend a lot of time in writing, both in Arabic and English. And then also, the types of writing were influenced by the family support. Our students mentioned that they have support by their families in terms of extending language courses for them, enrolling them in language courses outside college, and so on. Only those students who have been like having those family support more than the others were, highly performing at the at the level of writing essays with the teachers in classrooms. Also, students' influence of using technologies of their performance, was influenced by their personal and private use of the technology. Some students' use of technology ranged from mild to high. And that was, a lot of study, a lot of literature, highlighted the problem of students who are silent most of the time. In order to accommodate such differences, teachers should be prepared to be flexible in technological deployment in the same class with the same activities, with the different activities. So you'll have activities, some students will interact in one aspect, other activities students will not interact a lot, or some will interact, but students are really engaged. The study shows that students are really engaged, although they do not have, a performance that the teacher can see. Also, teachers' eye should be on what is beyond the technology. It should be on the affordance, as explained before, because the technology at the time when I was using it with my students, they were really highly engaged. They were thinking it, oh, okay, they were like telling me that, well, we have been thinking about it. My friend said that I want to do this. And I read about my friend who did that, but I did not respond because I was thinking of how I can do something similar when I do my own blog. So once the affordances are linked to the students' real use of the technology, the students will be highly engaged and will be able to, although the teacher cannot see it. There were factors related to the wider community. The wider community specifically refers to anyone who might be interested in reading the text outside the teacher-student's context. That can be a friend or, someone who is weird, any academic community, anyone who is interested about the text. And we had a lot of interest in the blog, a lot of readers from outside Oman. Students also talk about the importance of the support they have from their own followers from different experiences. Students were, one example, one student have been tweeting for at least 1 year and suddenly stopped writing for a few weeks, then later was surprised by one of her followers asking why she stopped writing. This is an audience that she did not realize, so that kept her writing. This happens where in Twitter, and then she had to link Twitter with the blog. She kept doing it in different mediums to keep her base of followers. There are some factors that revealed in the study that affect students' integration or thinking about their own learning. The stability of Wi-Fi connection that we have been witnessing with particular reference to the time they have to connect to internet outside the college time. And that is a challenge for for UTAS and Oman also, if we want to fire digital learning and teaching, we have to resolve the Wi-Fi connection. It is quite expensive for the students to pay for their own connection outside the college time, actually. Also, we have a shortage of devices themselves. Not all students enrolled in higher education are provided with the devices. The devices are given to the students only one time, and then that laptop will be shared by other family members. You know, we have like some families are being supported by laptops, but then also because of the conditions, economical conditions of the family, the student will share his or her device with her brothers and siblings. All members will be using it. So these shortages of devices will just, these two actually problems are major like hindrance to technology integration for our students. I mean, beside others, but these are mentioned by my students. The consequence, yes?
Sorry, we have about 10 minutes now. Thank you.
Okay, inshallah. The consequence, one major consequence is that, I mean, the role of the students and teachers like are being really limited. So the vision of teacher is always as a spoon feeder. So I have a lot of complaints by the participants saying, well, the teacher gave me the task, but she did not explain what exactly she wants and how exactly she wants me to do it. I cannot do it. Students will stop doing the task unless the teacher will be in detail explaining, though it is a writing class. Also, another consequence, the teacher in the class will be automatically oriented towards resolving the grammatical and structural problems, because the teacher will not have a problem. All the students will be dependent on her or him to give feedback. And if we remember, we talked about the grammatical perspective, the way of writing, which is outdated. It was like, I mean, if you look at writing as only a grammar structure, if the teacher only gives feedback on grammar and structure, that would be not at all supported or supportive for the students' development of the writing ability. So, but the teachers cannot be blamed here, because like all the students will be on her. We need self-directed learning, but we need also digital, digitally giving the students, supporting the students with the digital materials. And then we need self-directed learning. And then we need the teacher think about different ways of looking at the genre and writing. So quickly, recommendations for our digital classrooms or writing, teaching of writing. Teachers should create opportunities to extend readership beyond the class and the teacher, which makes original, authentic use of, readership outside the classroom. Teachers should create opportunities for positive use of personal phones, as they were, here in my study, they were viewed as a sort of distraction. Students will turn them off at a certain time. Exam time should be separated from working on communities of practice. Okay, build on the already existing opportunities. Teachers should build on the already existing opportunities that the students are already, because these are the real affordances the students can see. And then we have a lot of students who are active WhatsAppers, Instagrammers, Twitters, bloggers. We can develop on what they already use, because these are real affordances. So integration, finally, we'll talk about the integration framework. Usually, in literature, we talk about the tool, what kind of application we want to use. We talk about the role of the student and the role of the teacher, and we talk about the content and pedagogy. These are the basic circles we talk about, but then when we talk about the tool, we need to talk about the affordances, what the tool extends to us, and what are the possibilities for them to be used in social life of the students. We need to think about the students as agentic and active, playing agentic and active roles. Okay. And we need to connect students digitally. Make connection between one student and 3 students in Oman, outside Oman. That is, learning will happen by itself. The interest will be fired. Students will be interested in doing the writing itself with the support of the teacher. So this is the robust integration framework of technology. When we think about digital connections, creating digital connections, this is important. Another implication. We think about, we are usually limited in the classroom by the seating of the students, which are organized in a typical auditorium, where actually implicitly impact the students and teachers' behavior when in the classroom that is maybe the teachers are not aware of. So if the teacher, students are seated in lines, teacher would just try to pick up students from the front line and talk with someone in the middle and so on, okay? However, in reality, if we connect the class digitally, with one student in the first line can talk to other students in the third line or in the last, you can connect them like this to whatever groups they want to do, in whatever groups they want to work with whatever supporter they want to take help from. Because learning is not rigidly predetermined and stereotyped, the organization and the individual roles are both learning organisms. So increased attention should be given to how knowledge is managed and linked between different students. Technologies should be used as connecting different individuals. So choose applications that require working together, contacting with purpose of getting resources, completing tasks that require working together, discussion with the purpose of creating a new text together, build on their own strengths and so on. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wafa. That was very interesting. I'm actually interested.
Try to keep it as short as possible.
You did a very good job. Thank you so much. Okay, we now open the floor for questions. We have about 5 minutes for questions, and then we will have a break of another 5 minutes before we have our closing session today. Before we do that, I would like, okay, let's have the questions and then we'll have an announcement to make. So questions? Any questions? Check the chat box. No questions here. Okay. Dr. Wafa, I'm just curious about 2 points, if I may ask. The first one is some researchers, when it comes to digitally mediated writing instruction, some talk about the noise or the distraction that is actually made or caused by using technology devices or platforms. Have you come across any research saying that that is actually could be counterproductive when it comes to students actually making progress in terms of their writing skills?
Well, that is really interesting because the cognitive level and perspective of development writing, students to be really cognitively, mentally involved in their own writing without any distractions.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of problems with the students, in the classes trying to write essays, but they cannot focus really, honestly, because of other students are chatting or talking.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a problem generally when other distractors happen. Cognitively, you cannot produce when we look at it. So, when in my case, when we try to connect students socially, that means they use technology at the time when they are comfortable using it. If student is not comfortable writing while while there is another friend, while in the class, this extend the time of writing to a different location. They can write in a different time. They can write in a different place they are comfortable in. But referring to your basic question, did I come across any literature? I really did not read into that area. I'm pretty sure there will be some kind of references, literature in this area.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wafa. I've got a question here from Al Hassan. He's saying, thanks for this informative talk. What kind of writing approach or approaches that would suit technology-based writing pedagogy?
Okay, if I get the question right, actually, there is, literature does not support any kind of philosophy over the other one. We have a lot of students who are really performing well in writing, who have been following the cognitive approach, in which the process approach, in which students write different models, where the students, and it is a quite successful one in terms of developing the writing ability, because if the students engage very well in the process of developing different drafts of the same text, of the same meanings, trying to develop it authentically, they will produce very good text. While my study have found out that actually students do not do the cognitive approach very successfully. They wait until the teacher give them direction. They wait until in the second stage, the teacher asks them, correct this or that. So I really like the cognitive, philosophy or approach, as we are following currently, we are following in higher education. But there is an orientation towards more sociocultural, where students should be engaged in, because students cannot write properly different kinds of genre unless they are engaged in, unless they are given the opportunities in higher education. Different types of writing, the language suitable for particular genre and so on. So both of them will be good. It does depend on the purpose. If you want to develop academically, I will go for academic cognitive approaches. If you want to just think about after that, about proficiency, students going to involve with authentic readers, they will be involved in authentic readers, such as, after college or in the last years of the college life, they have to be working in from social perspective of language development.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wafa. We also have Melissa here. Melissa is saying, here's a class blog we did a few years ago. Unfortunately, we did not really have time to do this in the past couple of years. Melissa, would you like to comment on your post?
Hi, it was just in relation to having the students use technology as just a way to get their writing out there. And I think it just kind of speaks to what Wafa was saying about using Twitter and other technology just to get their writing out there. When students have to publish their work, I think sometimes we underestimate, I guess, the publishing aspect of writing. When they have to publish, when they have to showcase their work, sometimes it's motivating, so we can do that through social media platforms, and also students get motivated by all the interaction of communication. A lot of times we focus on the communication. This just kind of is related, but as being one directional from the student to the teacher. And so how we sort of remove the focus from students communicating to one another, to other people, not just to their teachers. We're not the only people who read their work or listen to their work, So I think when we can increase sort of the interactivity between students, that's also one other way. And Twitter, she was saying, Wafa was saying, and blogs, those sort of platforms are just kind of one way we could motivate that. It's just motivation, really, it comes down to it. But in reference to that, basically. Sorry, thought I'd share that. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions?
Dr. Saif, I think Dr. Jamal had a question. Mr. Jamal had a question.
Jamal, go ahead, please. Did he pose the question or?
He raised his hand before.
Okay.
So.
Jamal, if you're still there, please go ahead.
I don't think he's here, Dr. Saif. Maybe you can move to the announcement now.
Okay. All right. I think we have now come to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Wafa. Thank you for this very interesting topic. And before we move on to the closing session, we will have a 5 minutes break before we do that. But for those who are interested, because this event is being live streamed, we encourage you to continue the discussion using YouTube, the YouTube channel. That would be convenient to all. So that is an option actually to continue this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much. And Dr. Faiza will do the closing session in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much again.
We are going to do the closing session in about 3 minutes, guys. So if you're interested to stay, please do so. Okay, everyone. Hi again. I can see that some were leaving, so better to start now. Yeah. So this is the closing session of today. Summarizing, not really summarizing, but giving the lessons that were learned from the 4 presentations that we have today. The first presentation that we have today was delivered by Dr. Simon Green, and he talked about many important things, including the type of research quality that UTAS should aim for. But the most important thing that I want to highlight at this closing session, that he's talked about the importance of interdisciplinary and mixed methods research when adopting or going for academic research. He also recommends that we explore pedagogical approach to teaching genre more in collaboration with other departments. He also highlighted the role of collaboration of two approaches, which is ICL and sheltered instruction approach, in a way that interdisciplinary projects, in a way that we can achieve interdisciplinary projects and collaborations between other disciplines that will consequently promote language-aware pedagogy. Dr. Simon's input on institutional learning was also very enlightening. So, for example, he talked that to become a learning organization, we have to have a culture of reflective practice. We have to share and debate.
Dr. Faiza?
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing something?
No, I'm not.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, am I supposed to share something? No, I'm just reading from the notes.
Okay.
Okay, and then he also highlighted that research priorities needs to be strategically identified. Then findings need to be used to be synthesized and used to inform development. We also have to have communication channels, and those communication channels must be available for a wide range of purposes and include interdisciplinary communication. Then we had Dr. Sarah's speech. She was talking about her study of EFL teachers' assessment knowledge, perspectives, and classroom behaviors. Dr. Sarah shared her own adding to the knowledge that she created the measures of assessment literacy for the purpose of her research, while grounding it on the definition and existing literature on assessment. So that was a very good thing that she had in her thesis. I'm very proud of her. Then she recommended, based on her study exploring teachers' literacy in assessment, she recommended the following. She recommended that we need to provide teachers training on assessment, especially pre-service training. And we also need to share the practice of the assessment, practices that coordinators do. So we need to rotate these positions to everyone, so everyone can have a chance in doing these practices, reading, test, commenting, giving feedback, and maybe later on participate in measuring the validity and reliability of tests. She also recommended that, she also talked about her views on how teachers should see or perceive their assessment literacy, considering the standards that she provided. And then we had Dr. Amal Al-Makrashi speech. Her speech was about what is it? This? I'm missing the page, guys. Okay. She talked about the shaping of identity and our understanding of identity in Omani higher education and the problems that come with this understanding. She suggested that we use the salience and intersectionality understandings of these two approaches to define identity. That is because these two approaches can help in understanding the social, political, economical context that goes into forming identity. So that was actually her what makes her thesis original. And that was a new thing that she did, integrated those two aspects. Her recommendation or the implication of her study that, according to Amal, that managerial practices create division among staff instead of helping create salient identity. Culture diversity should be considered as an asset. Higher education should be focused on cultivating professionalism. All faculty should feel equally appreciated and included. So she gave a reason that management is not necessarily aware of how to utilize staff diversity to their advantage, and they should work on that. So that was her main highlight of the talk. As for Dr. Wafa Al-Ma'wali, that was our last talk. She talked about digitally mediated writing, digital teaching and learning in higher education, a case on writing skills. The focus of the research that technology has expanded the way our students interact and use technology in their own learning. And she highlighted two theoretical concepts into writing. Those are the cognitive perspective, the linguistic perspective, and the sociocultural perspective. And the third concept that she highlighted was, she talked about in details, was technology affordance. And the technology affordance is defined as what technology extends to us and how can we as teachers use that in our classroom. She then talked about digitally mediated writing, but her recommendation of her research after she investigated this issue was that we as teachers in the classrooms, we should create opportunities, more opportunities to extend readership beyond the classroom. And we should also create more opportunities for positive use of personal phones. We should also rely or build on what students already use, what kind of technology awareness they have. We should build on it. Like for example, most students know how to use social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. We should maybe utilize these social platforms a little bit more and build on it. Also, she also gave a recommendation that maybe in the seating setup of the classroom can be changed when we are utilizing technology in the classroom. Because according to Dr. Wafa, the seating setup in the classroom can impact teachers and students' behavior. So because of this, the seating should be organized in such a way that is digitally friendly and allows students to communicate with ease with each other and considering the different directions they might be in. So those are the main highlights. I hope I have done them right. If you have any comments from the presenters, you may feel free to correct me, but those are the main highlights we got from your talk. I would like to thank everyone for being here with us. And I would also like to remind you that we still have day 2 tomorrow, and I hope all of you can join us. We also have 3 presentations tomorrow. Dr. Sharifa is going to present, and Dr. Moza, and Dr. Mona from Salala. So any question, guys, before we finish? Any question? Any comment? No? Okay, so then should we call it for the day? Yeah? Okay then. Dr. Simon and Dr. Sarah, Dr. Amal and Dr. Wafa, thank you very much for your time today with us and for sharing your knowledge. And everyone else, thank you very much for attending. We hope to see you tomorrow. We will also start tomorrow at 9:40, the same time but we will have 3 presentations tomorrow. Today we had 4, but tomorrow we'll have 3. The program leaflet is with you, so you can check which presentation is going to be first. Until then, we wish you a very lovely afternoon, and thank you very much again for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Faiza. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I would like also to extend my sincere thanks to all the presenters and to all the people who attended the program today. Thank you so much. And again, don't forget that we still have tomorrow, and it's going to be as exciting as today and as informative as today. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Simon.
Shukran.
Okay. Okay, I was just about to type goodbye actually, and thanks, Faiza. No, thanks very much. That was really good. And I think you and Saif did a fantastic job of chairing that. Really quite complex.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
a lot to deal with there.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. Well, look. As you will appreciate, Oman is 3 hours ahead of the UK. So
We know. Sorry for that. Is it 3 or 4 now, Simon?
3 still.
Yeah,
If it, yeah, no, 3. Yeah. So as I had to get up at 5 o'clock this morning.
But you are a morning person, Simon.
Oh, not really.
No?
Well, actually, well, as I think I might have mentioned, I got COVID a few weeks ago, which has had quite an effect on my energy levels, and I find myself sleeping much more.
So you are still dealing or feeling those effects, Simon?
I am, yeah. It's
Okay.
it's quite for me anyway. I mean, COVID seems to be quite a lottery, really. I mean, some people have no symptoms, some people it's really severe. Mine wasn't bad, but I've just felt very tired.
Yeah.
Ever since.
And some people get it twice. The first time they don't feel it, but the second